of film sets in the past that explore Nigerian history and culture, like movie like Oktoberfest and Nikulakbo. I loved Anikulapo for real, for real. So yes, a cool fact that he tends to tell stories about our culture. He doesn't tell stories that has nothing to do with our belief, our culture, and everything that has to do with Africa and Nigeria at large. So we would give him his own accolade too. Yeah, we know he and Antifunke had their back and forth at the beginning of the year. So on social media and of course in the movie industry. All right, next is Kemi Adetiba, another wonderful movie. Adetiba started as a media personality. Before moving into filmmaking, she became famous for her ability to direct it is one of the biggest Nollywood box office hits. King of the Boys, a powerful political and crime story. And King of the Boys, The Return of the King. That's a continuation of King of the Boys. And right now, she is looking for actors for movies that she's about to create and trust our stars and actors and actresses doing what they know how to do the most. You see Kemi Adetiba, like I said, I don't know where these people get their inspiration from. She started off as an art personality, a media personality. Does that sound like someone is trying to give me an inspiration? Anyways, just super proud of her. In fact, I'm eager to see the movie that is coming up because actors and actresses do exploit, post their monologue on social media for her to see. Means this particular movie is gonna be something else. Up next is Omonio Boli, a YouTube mama. She's not just a YouTube mama, just so you know. So Omonio Boli is a Nigerian actress, a director and a producer of Nollywood. She started as an actress, but later moved into filmmaking because she wanted to tell stronger stories, especially about women, family, and society. So as a filmmaker, she focuses on romantic drama, comedy drama, and social issues, often highlighting real-life problems in an emotional but simple way. Yes, right? Either ending or beginning of last 2 years. So Omonyo Boli creates movies that is all about comedy. In fact, I love her romance movie. She always puts us in that fairy tale moment. I was talking with somebody and the person says she creates movies that the love life does not seem real in real life. But of course, that's the fantasy, right? These are movies. They tend to put you in your toes. They tend to put you in that fantasy. You just have to live it, right? All right, that's all I have for you on Celebrity Pick today. We'll go on a very quick break. And the next segment is, of course, the conversation segment. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus for...
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
counting for it. Yeah, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today we are diving into something truly heartwarming, the world of nostalgia and how it's being brought back to life in modern events. Our guest today is Chisilde Cecil Ike, to the joy, innocence, and fun of childhood. Now, in a time where life moves so fast, she's choosing to slow things down and recreate those special moments we all grew up loving, from play to laughter to shared memories that connect generations today. So today we'll be talking about the inspiration behind Kiddish, the journey of putting it together, and why nostalgia is becoming such a powerful part of modern experience. So thank you for gracing our invite, Madam Cecil. You're even wearing a well-printed design Kiddish.
I rep the brand anyway.
Something I notice about most of the events you tend to organize, it's always giving a nostalgia of childhood and all that. Why?
I don't know. It's my thing. I'm a big baby. I keep saying it. Like, I always want to go back. Like, the stress of this adulthood is too much.
You need to grow up.
Like, I'm growing up. Like, I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
But you need to also do some things that, sometimes just do it and forget about
the whole adulthood thingy.
I don't want it.
That's the biggest scam of life. Honestly,
yes, honestly, adulthood is scam. But it's not really scam. Because, you have some privacy and some other things that come out with it.
All right, so, the event is over 2 weeks ago. You picked the right day for it.
Oh, really?
It's that Sunday.
I'm not sure.
Really, why?
It's you to tell me if we picked
No, I'm telling you now. Because I didn't stay long at the event, but my sister and friend, even a colleague, was there for quite a long period of time. So talk to me. What actually gave you that inspiration to come up with Kiddish?
Honestly, I keep telling people that it's not the money, it's not... Right now, what we're doing now wasn't even why we even started from the first place. It started from my personal home of depression. I think the last time I was here at Signature TV, I talked about Kiddish. I think that was at 3.0, thereabout. So we started Kiddish on the fact that we just wanted... I was depressed. I finished school, my uncle died, my uncle died July 7th. I will never forget that. And when he died, I was tired. I needed to go somewhere because that's my closest being. Like, he's very, very close to me.
Yeah.
So I was depressed and all, and I left the city. And I was coming back, saying, like, okay, when you're coming out of depression, and you're like, what can you do? So many adults are going through some level of one thing or the other. How do we make these adults, even if it's just a day, And then we said, every young adult who plays in an abaya, the words, the Yoruba name. But we're like, we're going to the East, it might not really sit well with the name, and people might not even buy into the idea. So we thought about childish, thought about this, and at the end of the day, we're like, I could be a kid, that's Kiddish. I don't think there's any other better story to what Kiddish came out.
And everything that has to do with that event gave the whole childhood.
Yes, that's the plan. The bouncy castle, the water guns, the party, the music, the party parks, which are party parks people. Yeah, that's what we're trying to create.
So the whole idea is to make adults go back to how they used to be when they were younger. Yeah. It was quite embarrassing.
Why?
A little bit. Not in the way that you're seeing it, actually. It was fun. It was fun, but at the end of the day, you tend to feel like, oh my God, I'm playing like a child and all that. So you have to go back to think about all the games you played when you were younger and recreate it. Now tell us what happened behind the scenes of creating everything, getting the bouncy castle, water gun, and the rest of them.
Okay, from my end, I feel, sorry, no offense, but I feel like some Eastern professionals should learn how to do better. I think we went through a whole lot of stress during this current edition. It's either from the person who rented the bouncy castles to one person or the other, So I think what happened behind the scenes was more of the stress that it's in the planning, more of getting up those things that we needed for the event.
Yeah.
Because people stressed us. It was a whole lot. You remember the fact that we shared a date with somebody, like we didn't even know that we could be able to pull
that level of people, but we're sure that we wanted to do it. I mean, we had that assurance that if it's not Easter Sunday, it's no other date. So I think that's what just happened behind the scenes. The stress, tears, the cries, the fears, you know, and everything in between.
Did you expect a sold out that very day?
Honestly, no. You know, I knew people were going to come, but I didn't know it was going to be like water. You know, if you notice, Kiddish crowd was like water. The more people leave, the more people come. At some point, our tags finished. The gates was choked up. My friends were calling to come and help them get them inside. You know, we didn't expect it. We just knew that people were going to come, but we didn't know the level.
You know the fun fact about this whole Kiddish thing? I stepped out that same day, and a very matured woman, she should be in her late 30s and all that, she actually got tickets for that Kiddish thing.
I didn't expect this.
Honestly, I was like, you got ticket for Kiddish, like you're planning to go play. She said, of course, yes. So now my question is, did you plan this whole party for people under the age of 18 to 30, 40, and of course, little children, or you planned it specifically for adults?
Okay, it's only for adults, but you know, we can't kill the kids that come for the event. The only thing we advise that once it's 5, 6, when the rave starts, find a way to take your child home, because I think that's the rave. But apparently, it's for everybody. It's for every adult, whether you're 40, even my grandma came for Kiddish. You know, so it was.
Did she play the whole?
Yeah, she played. So it's for everybody. There's no exception.
Yeah, you know, ENUGU is turning to a very eventful state and all that. Now, my question is, when it comes to ticketing, do you think they are laid back a little bit to buy tickets? I think most of the time they find it interesting buying the ticket that very day, especially when they start seeing people posting things on social media. So do you think buying tickets is actually a laid back thing for most of the people in Enugu State?
Honestly, if it was years back, I would say it was a problem. But right now, I feel like Enugu people are more interested in value. Are you giving them value? What are they coming to see? Are they just coming to see a beer parlor where they are drinking and eating isiawu? Are they coming to see an experience that's different? That's what we're building from Kiddish. And the fact that it's once every year. So people, I mean, plan, just like Bole Festival, how you just plan for it. You know, so you have to give people experience. So me, I don't feel people are laid back with tickets. I just feel like it's the experience you give. But yes, more tickets are sold on the day of the event because people are always skeptical whether they should go, whether they should not go. Is their friend going? I mean, that's...
So ENUGU as a place where they create matured events, beer parlors, like you said, very young, to create something like this. Have you ever thought of maybe working with the government and Commissioner for Culture and Tourism and other organizers for events like this to make it more nostalgic and global for people to be part of?
Well, during this edition, we invited the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. You know, I mean, she's our mother, invited her, but I feel maybe because, you know, that day we also had another thing happening in the East. So, I mean, she could not divide herself. I really don't have a bad thing on that, but we would have loved to see her that day. I mean, we have given a pamphlet. I mean, we have created something in Enugu that we feel the East should hear about. It doesn't just have to be us. I mean, Enugu entirely has seen. We also got support from Enugu North. You know, I mean, this is something, an experience we are growing. So, we are trying our best as much as we can, and we are open to a lot of people. You know, helping in, coming in, the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism and other officers being part of it. We really, even the governor. We don't mind.
Imagine the governor part of Kiddish.
No, yeah, we it's not a bad thing. It's just
of course
it's also telling Gen Zs that I mean I can do this. And I can't be part of it.
So when you see this whole event, I mean, I know you had one more event last year. I think around November, December, and of course Kiddish now. So where do you see this whole nostalgia? Do you see nostalgia taking place? I mean, for other events that are coming up during the festive period, do you think they should add a little play to some of the events like this?
Honestly, every event has its unique code. I'm currently planning the Niger Shawarma Festival, which is scheduled to happen on my birthday, May 3rd.
Okay.
You know, and what we're trying to create is to show that the love for shawarma and what everything is about, you get. So I don't think everything should be about nostalgia. Some things are just like the Abacha Festival. You can't come and say you want to start playing water gun at Abacha Festival. You can't even come and say you're doing it at Roadblock or any other events. I feel like every event has its unique code, and I won't advise that. Just do that for Kiddish and other experiences for other. There's so many experiences to enjoy.
Yeah.
So, any people should come out because we are planning so much for the year.
We are super, super proud of you, honestly, for someone that is a lawyer. Did you ever dream of doing things like this?
Well,
aside from the fact that you said you were kind of depressed and you had to take a walk and then this whole thing, did you ever, sometime in the past, think about doing this?
When I was growing up, I wanted to wear my wig and gown, go to court, my lord, may you please honorable court, But when I got into law school, even before law school, I studied at Godfrey University. And as early as 200 level, I was into surprise businesses where I just buy cake, do birthday party. People still call me for that. I still do it on a low key. But maybe because I'm trying to push my event brand more this period, And we started doing that small. My friends knew, they called me, told me to do this. Every time there's something in school, I won't forget my dean. He would tell us, oh, come and be part of this, bring ushers, do this, And he was gradually taking peak and all that. I think after school, I just realized that after law school, even in law school, I was SRC chairman for ENUGU campus Aban. And we did SRC weekend. I was able to plan it without stressing myself. The only thing I think that stresses me in events is finances because, sponsorship and all that. But after then, I just found out that this is where I want to be. I want to be a lifestyle creator. I want to be able to create events. I want to be able to say, oh, Enugu State is giving up Barra Square. Fill it up. It's my own work to go and find how to fill up that space. Tiger is coming to Enugu. Amsterdam Malt is coming to Enugu. We want to do an activation. The place is empty. What do you do? And you plan everything and also make sure that people come. I think that's where
So you enjoy being an event planner?
Yes, I love it.
Wow.
It's everything. It's more of everything I dream of. I want to be globally known and not just in the East. But I also want to hold the East as much as because that is the place that made me. So yeah.
High five. Thank you. Okay, so one more question. How was the participation at the whole Kiddish events? Were people engaged with it?
I wish I can open TikTok right now. People are asking, when is it again? Can you have it another year? And all that. The funny thing about this is that we don't even, it's not like we carry water guns and start moving around to make people just come in and they are doing their thing. They just see a pool, they are getting the water guns, they are fighting, they are on the bouncing castle. I don't know. I don't know how it happens. It feels like magic, And the funny thing is that our crowd is funny. They come in groups, you don't just one person, As against 12-1, a vendor of mine at Kiddish was like, oh, people are not going to come. Around 4, she's calling me, I'm like, what is happening? Is there And I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like people just want to engage in things that concern the brand. And we want to do so much, not just in Enugu. We want to explore other states in Southeast gradually, and see what turns out for us. So,
now, that very day, another event is going to happen at the IC. It happened actually. Yeah. So did that give you some kind of scare that people might not want to turn up and also turn up for that particular one?
I will be honest with you, yeah. When we announced our dates, we did not even know about any other dates. We did, we announced in December. And when we announced, the week later, the event was announced at Opera Square. Okay. So, and then we were like, should we change? Should we not change? It was a whole lot of, the events we're talking about and everything that would have come up with the event. And we tried, we tried to change, ups and down and all that. Well, I called my team members, I called my friends, my family, everybody. We're ready to do this. And they're like, we're doing it together. If we fail, we fail. But nobody, we didn't even want to. Sure, we just prepared our mind for 500 persons. We said, if we didn't have 500 at Amadio, we're happy. We would have our fun, party, and know we did this thing on the same day that this was happening.
Yeah.
But it turned out that God just, I even lost Kiddish Instagram page. Till now, I don't have an Instagram page for Kiddish. My personal page is gone. When we lost the Instagram page, we felt like there was no hope, no way to push on social media because I was creating content back to back on my personal page. Sometimes I climb the bus. Sometimes I'll be on the road talking to myself, so many weird things that I did to make sure that Kiddish went outside. But it wasn't even clicking till, when we lost the page. So sometimes I'm grateful that we lost the Instagram page this year. I don't know, but it's my own.
So it's more like a disappointment is a blessing.
Yes, I think that is what it is.
Anyways, Sisi, we are super proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry we can't continue this conversation. I experienced the kiddish and I'll say it was fun. I love the whole idea of nostalgia. It gave the whole vibe of I'm tired of being an adult. I need to be a baby. We're super proud of you, and of course I wish you so well. I wish you I still want to see you in that lawyer robe and wig. This one that you love event planning so much.
But you know the funny thing, I still draft.
You do?
I'm a lawyer. You cannot take that part. Entertainment law is my thing.
I thought you left it.
No, I can't. I suffered for that course. I can't leave it. Alright. So I want to say thank you. Thank you on behalf of Kiddish team to Signature TV. When you sent the message, I'm like, I didn't know, I was shocked, because, it's been so long I came here and I don't know if the people I knew were still here, kind of thing. But it's happy to see that you guys are watching out and trying to help sell us out. It's not easy to just, call us out on a show. So I want to say thank you Signature TV, and we hope to do more, more exciting things and wonderful things.
All right. We did not call you out too. We just invited you.
Yeah, it's part of it. You called me out. I was hiding in my shell. I'm not gone from it.
You don't look like someone that is hiding in her shell.
I've been hiding. After Kiddish, I've just been hiding.
You don't even look stressed in any way.
Because I'm planning a new event,
I love your strength and energy, for real. Anyways, thank you so much for having this conversation with me. I had a great time. And of course, I'm sure our viewers enjoyed this conversation too. Unfortunately, the show has come to an end. We'll draw the curtain here. Join us same time tomorrow for interesting stories, of course, fun segments and conversations like this. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I remain your baby girl, Queeneth Wokonta.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The worst unemployment. The worst unemployment.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, airlines warn of nationwide shutdown amid jet fuel crisis. Nigeria and Morocco seal deal to expand air travel and tourism. US Senate rejects fourth war powers resolution on Iran. And Israel deepens ties with Somaliland amid global concern. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Airline operators in Nigeria have warned of a possible nationwide shutdown of flight operations starting April 20th over a sharp and unsustainable rise in the price of aviation fuel, known as Jet A1. The Airline Operators of Nigeria says the cost of Jet A1 has surged dramatically from 900 naira per litre in late February to about 3,300 naira per litre within weeks, a spike of over 300%. In a letter addressed to the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, the group described the increase as artificial and far above global oil price trends, which it says have risen by only about 30% in the same period. The operators say they have absorbed the rising costs for weeks out of national interest, but warn that the situation is no longer sustainable as revenues can no longer cover fuel expenses alone. They also revealed that at least one airline has already halted operations due to the fuel crisis, with others likely to follow if urgent intervention is not made. The group cautioned that a total shutdown would have severe consequences, including disruption to millions of passengers, financial losses across sectors, and potential impact on national security. The AON has called on fuel marketers to urgently review pricing in line with international benchmarks, stressing that failure to act could force all domestic airlines to suspend operations. Nigeria's presidency has taken a swipe at former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, insisting that President Bola Tinubu must complete 2 terms in office under the country's informal power rotation arrangement. In a statement, presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga accused Atiku Abubakar of promoting what he described as a self-serving argument on the issue of zoning. Onanuga said Atiku had disregarded the North-South power rotation principle during the 2023 election when he contested under the People's Democratic Party, despite expectations that power should shift to the South after former President Muhammadu Buhari completed his 8-year tenure. The presidency also dismissed Atiku's claim that zoning is merely an internal party affair, insisting that the arrangement remains a guiding political convention at the national level. Onanuga further argued that claims about unequal years in power between the North and South are misleading, noting that the North's shorter time in office was due to the death of former President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua in 2010, which led to the succession of then Vice President Goodluck Jonathan. According to the presidency, this development does not invalidate the zoning principle, maintaining that since Buhari completed 2 terms, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should also be allowed to serve 8 years. The statement also urged Atiku to abandon any plans to contest the 2027 presidential election, stressing that it remains the South's turn to retain power. The Nigerian Correctional Service in Yobe State has declared a convicted inmate wanted after he escaped following a road accident involving a prison transport vehicle. According to the Nigerian Correctional Service, the incident occurred on April 13th while inmates were being transported from Potiskum to Damaturu. The vehicle conveying them was involved in a crash, creating an opportunity for one of the prisoners to flee. The escaped inmate has been identified as Dahiru Mohammed, a 30-year-old from Askiwari village in Tamuwa local government area. Authorities say he was being held at the medium security custodial center in Potiskum before the incident. Officials described the fugitive as dangerous and warned members of the public to avoid any contact with him. The Correctional Service has urged anyone with useful information about his whereabouts to report immediately to the nearest police station or correctional facility. It also warned against harboring or assisting the escapee, stressing that such actions could attract legal consequences. The Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation has begun the process of concluding the liquidation of 89 microfinance and primary mortgage banks, whose licenses were revoked in 2023. In a statement, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation said the affected institutions were part of the 179 microfinance banks and 4 primary mortgage banks shut down by the Central Bank of Nigeria in May 2023. The corporation explained that the liquidation process is being finalized following the successful transfer of assets and liabilities of the defunct banks to new owners under the purchase and assumption model. Under this arrangement, 89 new institutions were licensed by the central bank to take over the operations of the failed banks, and they have since resumed business under new identities. To formally conclude the process, the NDIC said it will approach various divisions of the Federal High Court to obtain legal orders dissolving the defunct banks and discharging the corporation from its role as liquidator. The move is aimed at ensuring full compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, while strengthening confidence in Nigeria's banking system. The relationship between the traditional institution and government continues to play a vital role in shaping leadership across Nigeria. In Enugu State, that synergy is once again on display, as the state's Traditional Rulers Council has thrown its weight behind Governor Peter Mbah ahead of the 2027 gubernatorial election. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has more.
In a show where the monarchs, dressed in uniform regalia, spoke with one voice in support of the governor's administration, the decision was driven by what he described as the governor's impactful leadership and commitment to the development across the state. He noted that the administration's strides in infrastructure, governance, and service delivery have earned the confidence of traditional institutions.
We want to make sure there's nobody, that's why I call them, there's no king in any city that is going in opposition. And I want to hear the information. If any king in your domain is going in opposition, let me know first.
Responding on behalf of the governor, the secretary to the state government, Chidebere Onya, expressed appreciation for the endorsement, describing it as a reflection of the administration's people-centered policy. He emphasized that the growing support at the grassroots is evident that the citizens are already feeling the positive impact of government initiatives.
The governor and his team do not claim Naima Chahini, but one thing that the governor does is to listen. One thing the governor has done is to surround himself with the right type of people that will also listen and work for all of us.
The Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters and Rural Development, Charles Ugumwe, attributed the endorsement to what he called the governor's expanded administrative capacity, which he said has translated into tangible results across sectors.
So all these pronouncements and the promises of the governor, I don't have any doubt whatsoever has the capacity to implement this. It's just a question of time. So we are glad, and I believe they are glad.
The endorsement by the traditional rulers added to a growing list of support groups rallying behind Governor Peter Mbah as political alignments continue ahead of the 2027 gubernatorial election. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
Nigeria and Morocco have signed a revised bilateral air services agreement aimed at boosting tourism, expanding flight operations, and strengthening economic ties between both countries. The agreement was signed by Nigeria's Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, during the Global Implementation Support Symposium held in Marrakech. According to a statement by his media aide, the deal introduces a modern framework designed to improve air connectivity and create more opportunities for airlines operating between both nations. The agreement is also expected to deepen commercial relations while enhancing trade, tourism, and investment flows between Nigeria and Morocco. Officials say the revised BASA aligns with broader continental aviation goals, with a focus on improving safety, security, and environmental sustainability in air travel. The move is part of ongoing efforts to strengthen bilateral cooperation and promote people-to-people exchanges between the two countries. Nigeria's Finance Minister Wale Edun says rising crude oil production is giving the government more fiscal space to support vulnerable citizens as economic reforms continue. Speaking on the sidelines of the IMF and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, Wale Edun said crude oil production has increased to about 1.8 million barrels per day, boosting government revenue and foreign exchange inflows. He said the improved output provides additional fiscal breathing room for targeted support to vulnerable households, while ruling out a return to broad fuel subsidies. Edu added that fuel supply in Nigeria has remained stable, crediting the operations of the Dangote refinery for helping maintain adequate availability of petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel. On the global outlook, the minister warned that geopolitical tensions, including the ongoing Iran-related conflict, could have uncertain effects on global growth, potentially even slowing the world economy if prolonged. He also referenced recent data showing a rise in Nigeria's inflation rates, while noting that the government remains committed to its ongoing economic reform agenda. Despite engagement with international financial institutions, Edu said Nigeria is not seeking financial support from the International Monetary Fund at this time, stressing confidence in the country's economic resilience. The World Bank Group has unveiled a new global initiative known as Water Forward, targeting improved water security for 1 billion people by the year 2030. The platform, launched in collaboration with multilateral development banks and other partners, is designed to align policy reforms, financing, and partnerships to expand access to reliable water services worldwide. According to the bank, water plays a critical role in health, food production, energy, and employment. Yet billions of people still face water scarcity due to weak policies, poor regulation, and underfunded systems. The initiative aims to help developing countries strengthen institutions, improve financial performance in the water sector, and develop investment-ready projects that can attract private funding. Speaking on the launch, AJ Banga said governments, development institutions, and private sector players are working together to accelerate investment and deliver sustainable water solutions. So far, 14 countries have introduced national water compacts under the program, with more expected to join in the coming months. The World Bank says it is committed to directly supporting 400 million people by 2030, with a broader partnership expected to surpass 1 billion beneficiaries globally. Global News will be back after this break.
are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We now join Christopher Lele for the latest on sports news.
The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, has disbursed the Super Eagles' share of the prize money earned at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, in Morocco. Nigeria secured a third-place finish at the tournament, defeating Egypt on penalties, and in line with a prior agreement, the NFF allocated 30% of the team's prize earnings to the players. The Super Eagles received $2.5 million, equivalent to 3.36 billion naira, for reaching the semi-finals, with the eventual champions awarded a record of $10 million. From this allocation, each player in the squad reportedly earned $15,000, equivalent to 20 million naira, as their individual share. A senior official confirmed the payment, stating that the team had received the agreed payment without delay. The disbursement follows Nigeria's strong showing at the tournament, despite missing out on qualification for the FIFA World Cup. Attention now shifts to upcoming international engagement, with the Super Eagles set to reconvene in late May 2026 to defend the Unity Cup title in London. They are scheduled to face Jamaica, Zimbabwe and India in the competition. Ademola Lookman has climbed to third place on Nigeria's all-time UEFA Champions League UCL scorers list after netting his 8th goal in the competition during UEFA Champions League action on Tuesday. The goal marked another milestone for the Nigerian forward, taking his Champions League tally to 8 and moving him ahead of several notable compatriots in the competition's scoring charts. With the latest strike, Lookman now sits behind only Victor Osimhen and Obafemi Martins among Nigeria's top scorers in the tournament. In cricket, Scotland started the T20 series against Namibia in convincing fashion as they chased down 160 with 7 balls to spare in Windhoek. Having won the toss and opted to bat, the hosts slumped to 94-6 as Sima Jasper Davidson and left-arm spinner Mark Watt both took 2 wickets while bowling economically. However, Namibia hauled themselves to a competitive total of 159-7, thanks to 54 from captain Gerhard Erasmus and a powerful late cameo from Jan Bolt, who hit an unbeaten 19. In swimming, 3-time Olympic champion Adam Peaty continued his fine form by swimming the 50-meter breaststroke at the Aquatics GP Swimming Championships in London. The 31-year-old pulled away from his rivals in the second 25 minutes to seal victory in 26 minutes 64 seconds and add to his success in the 100-meter breaststroke on Tuesday. Teenager Philip Nowaki finished second in 27 minutes 10 seconds, with Aki Goodburn and Max Morgan joined third at 27 minutes 22 seconds. In finishing in the top 2, PT and 18-year-old Nowaki secured a place on the Great Britain team at the European Aquatic Champions in Paris in August. In tennis, Jamie Murray has announced his retirement from tennis aged 40 after a career in which he won 7 Grand Slam titles and became the first British doubles player to reach world number 1. Alongside pictures of a young Murray, a photo with his brother Andy and one of his longtime doubles partner Bruno Suarez, the 40-year-old wrote on an Instagram post that he's excited to enter the real world. He said his tennis journey comes to an end after 36. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Up next is entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian comedian Igo Save
has reacted to the ongoing marital controversy involving former Big Brother Niger star Angel Smith. Angel recently tied a knot with her partner, ENUGU, in the United States. However, less than 2 weeks after the ceremony, the relationship ran into trouble after ENUGU publicly accused Angel of infidelity, alleging that she was involved with another woman she met on a dating app. The situation has stirred reactions online, with many Nigerians also criticizing Angel's mother for supporting the union. Reacting via his Instagram story, Igosif commented on the situation by applauding men for their perceived patience in marriages, noting that the union between the two women reportedly broke down within a very short period due to issues in the relationship. Popular Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has raised alarm over the presence of armed police officers at her residence. The actress, who shared a video showing security operatives surrounding her home earlier Tuesday morning, expressed fear over the situation, insisting that she had not received any prior invitation from the authorities. In her reaction, Ogala called on the public to hold the founder of Grace Nation International Ministry, Pastor Chris Okafor, responsible if anything happens to her. She alleged that the cleric was behind what she described as another attempt to have her arrested and detained without the presence of her legal representative. The disputes between the actress and the pastor dates back to late 2025, following the circulation of a viral video announcing Okafor's engagement to Pearl Okafor. Ogala had publicly accused him of ending their long-term intimate relationship to marry a younger woman. Although Okafor did not reportedly deny the claims, he was said to have settled the matter privately with payment of $10,000. Legendary Nigerian musician Fela Anikulapo Kuti has achieved a historic milestone as the first African artist to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fela will be recognized in the early influence category this year, alongside notable figures such as Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. The list of honorees was announced on Monday night in the United States during a broadcast of American Idol. Nigerian-born British singer Sade Adu is also set to be honored, earning recognition in the performance category. Several high-profile nominees, including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink, did not make the final list this year despite strong consideration. The selection process involved votes from more than 1,200 artists, historians, and music industry professionals. The official induction ceremony is scheduled to take place on November 14 at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles. Earlier in the year, Fela further cemented his legacy by becoming the first African musician to receive the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the full by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
If I tell you that I had to sell one of my properties to raise over $300,000 just to fund my movie, you would not believe it. I'll tell you about it in this video. Hi, my name is Tola Olatunji and I'm a champion. Well, first of all, I'm a filmmaker, right? And part of what we do is tell stories, educate, change cultures, and so many other things.
Stories shape the way we see the world. For filmmaker Tola
See flaws, strength, consequences, instead of defaulting them to stereotypes. I like that word, stereotypes. The fact that women are actually half. And I think my contributions in one way, manner, or form, either intentionally through my stories or through things like this, like, seminars, discussions like this can actually contribute to it. What are the common stereotypes that we see when we talk about film or storytelling or content creator? Emotionless strong man. Very good. So it's a common trope, right? That when you're watching a movie, you don't expect the man to express himself emotionally, or cry, or cry. So it's kind of a condition that we've seen. Whether you're a content creator and you want to cast, or you're a writer and you want to deliver your script, you don't know that sometimes those conditions have been embedded in your mind, right? Side woman, the supportive side woman. Okay? Somehow, for some reason, we always assume a woman should be supported, right? Okay? The overly emotional woman. Okay? Yeah. I was just waiting for someone. That's the perfect one I was waiting for someone to say. You bring it to the Nigerian context. What is it that we always have to say mother-in-law is bad? How do we get to that point? Huh? Thank you very much. Somebody must have taught us, right? Somebody definitely taught us at some point.
Filmmakers are actually the platform that we need in the society to tell the story that we want to see in the society. What we want from the younger generation, what we want from the people around us. We are the ones to tell the story. We are the ones to shape the society. A lot of people are the way they are because of what they've seen. So we need to start telling what we want to see in the society.
You already assume that's what her role is going to be. And we've been conditioned that once you say mother-in-law, the first thing that comes to your mind is she's trouble, right? right? But human beings are way more complex than that. Way more complex than that. And we tend to represent ourselves in a very narrow way. Very narrow. And it is affecting us. Let's go back to the first one. Have you ever asked yourself why every young boy wants to be a superhero? Why does a little girl want to be a princess? Why? Who taught the family? Why can't a woman pull over and help a man to change the tire? To say, okay, let me help you with... Huh? Yeah. Yes, it's man's job. Right? So are you saying that women are not kind? Or are you saying that women are not strong? I've seen women that if they punch you, you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's quite essential for storytelling to be balanced, from male and female perspective. It has to be gender equality. Why? Because the nation cannot thrive without both energy. And if what we do is to inspire people, is to inspire a race, is to inspire the nation and, globally as well. That's why it has to be, that equitable story and brilliant ideology where both species can have a balanced outing.
Thank you very much. So basically for me, to be honest with you, I didn't necessarily choose to have women cast in my film. It wasn't by intention. It was just, so I don't want to take the credit for it. So my first, second, third film actually had female leads. And that wasn't by design. So years after, somebody asked me and said, how come you're always casting women in all your roles? And I was like, that's true. How did that happen? You must have had a woman in your life that was a strong character, and that's true.
We want to know about it.
My mother was a very strong person, very, very strong personality. Obviously, she had her challenges as well. A lot of the tropes that we have as filmmakers that we see in women, she had those things. She was considered aggressive. She was considered a business person, but at the same time, she was still a mother. So for some reason, I found myself doing that, and I started casting women in all my stories. It wasn't because I did that by intention; it just happened.
For Tola, film is powerful. He says that when you tell stories that reflect people's real lives, you give them visibility and sometimes even hope. In Kenani, he confronts the harsh realities of human trafficking, telling the story of both men and women navigating systems that often silence them. Here, a man is sold into slavery in Libya and a woman into prostitution in the United States. A rarity from the way we often see trafficking stories told. His work challenges audiences to rethink who gets to be seen and whose voices deserve to be heard.
We went for a role at an event recently in New York, and Omoni was there. It was at the Tribeca Film Festival, and it was about gender equitable storytelling. And all the things that I learned there, now that I know, I'm able to revert that back to saying, wow, God was actually calling me for a purpose, right? And that's where all my films have been. So yes, I definitely agree that I believe that women should have better roles. I believe that the complexity when it comes to women's role in film is not addressed enough. If women are put into buckets, that's my personal opinion.
People to think why? How did I get to this point? Right? Who taught me this? Why am I directing like this? Why have I decided to do my content creation in this way? Once you start to ask those questions, which is the reason why we're doing this class, then you're now starting to be real filmmakers, real actors, right? Because you have a right as an actor to say, why is my character being led this way? Good. Yeah. No, it's everywhere. You have to.
I'm just being honest. Why do you have that?
No, let me put it this way. I'll tell you why you need to. I'll tell you why you need to. This is where it comes in. I'll tell you. No, I'll answer the question. Because of the commercial or the reason because you have to pay your bills, I understand why you have to take certain roles. But remember this, whatever you put out there today, your face is on it. The trajectory of everything that you put out, your children's children are going to be participants of that information. So you took dirt. You took what was bad, that you knew was bad, but you also became a vessel for that. So you have a choice.
Sitting in this class, I think I've been given an assignment right now, so I'm going to go back to all of those scripts and, I think because in the class I was actually, tracking back to all of the scripts that I have, and I think that I actually have a lot of work to, do on, trying to edit all of those things here. So
it's like I was watching a movie, and in the movie, two characters, I think it was by DiCaprio. DiCaprio was in a movie, and they were like two different characters, most of them white, and at some point they had children. And in the process of doing that, they had to leave their children. And what came to my mind was, if somebody has to leave the child, it should be the man to go. But the woman left. But in my head, I was like, why did I assume that the woman has to leave, right? Why can't the man be the one? So we assume that women always have to be mature. But it's not true. Women are a lot more complex than that. Our role should be given every opportunity like the male characters as well. You look at your own why, does it align? If it doesn't align, you have a choice. But if you now say, okay, my only reason for doing this is because of financial reason, at least you've answered the why. You've answered the why. That's it. It's as simple as that. You don't have to take every project. But if you don't have a why, everything they throw at you, you will take.
It was great being here. I was speaking to the host, Tola Olatunji, about how it's full circle for me because I was at the premiere of Kanani a few years ago. And so now coming to this workshop, learning more about gender equitable stories and also why we're doing what we're doing has helped me kind of like hone down on my why and why I'm actually making films.
The same way this program actually helped me not necessarily find it, but also to just let me be able to point out that, oh, I'm actually already in that path to do this.
Tola believes that women carry so many stories that cinema has ignored for too long. As filmmakers, he says we have a duty to tell those stories truthfully. Beyond directing, through the Press Play Film Festival, Tola has created a space where emerging filmmakers, especially from underrepresented communities, can share their voices with the world. The festival has become a meeting point for creativity, mentorship, and opportunity for the genders.
Women are not just receivers. They are complex. They are complex creatures, just like us, right? So if you start to label a woman, oh, because she's assertive, oh, she's a witch. Because Zoko looks like a witch, so let's just put her as witch. Okay? It doesn't work like that. So when you're telling your stories, always remember, ask yourself why. Why did I do it this way? Right? Okay, if I'm going to put a woman as a lead, is she complex enough? Is she complex enough? You have to make it authentic, right? I'm sure everybody in this room has seen a feisty woman. 100%. Everybody say yeah. And I'm sure it's some people have seen a very calm woman, right? Some women they have zero nurturing spirit. Am I wrong? So why do we put women as bottom that you have to be nurturing? If a woman holds a child and throws the child to the side, and it's the father that picks the child up, and the woman walks away and never comes back, and she's like, I'm going to find a job. What is wrong with that? Part of the thing that I've learned on this is that I found out that it doesn't only apply to the film, the actual content that you're creating, but it also in the way you actually cast and your production crew. And I'll give you a quick example. When I started filming, I used to have like multiple different people on my set, girls, boys, and all that stuff. And because of my cultural background, right, I naturally gravitated towards certain things being for women and certain things being for men. So for example, I will say, when it comes to hard things, like dangerous things, I'll tell my crew member, because he's a guy, you climb the ladder, you do this, and I'll tell the girls to do more simple things. And I realized that I started getting some like lashback, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? There's nothing wrong with that. Women are complex. In real life, they are complex. But we bottle them that if a woman carries a child, when you see somebody fighting and the child has to go, you expect that it's the woman that has to come back and say, oh mommy, is the no, it's not the case. In real life, it's not the case. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but all of us cannot say it's the woman that has to. And that way, we're telling the audience that you don't need to be angry. You don't need to be angry when the woman is not the one that picks the child. It's normal. But we've all thought everybody is the woman that has to pick the child. She's a wicked woman. Does that make sense? Yes. So women are way more complex. Men are way more complex too. And I know this is always a bone of contention. Like I said, this is not a gender war. It's okay for men to cry in movies. Apparently, now that I know better, right, I'm not only going to cast better, write my story aligning better, but also be able to understand how my crew, the dynamics of my crew. Does that make sense? Yes. So, because I got a lot of people saying, why do the women have to be the ones to go get coffee? I'm like, that's true. Why am I sending her to go get coffee? Why does she have to be the one to provide the food? The guy can provide the food too, as well, right? And the girl could climb the ladder. So, but that helps you actually point to those problems, right? So that's what I've definitely learned. Somebody said, I don't know the arc of a man. Who is a man? Why? Because they said men don't speak up. Men don't speak up. We don't show our emotions. And our stories don't show it either. You hardly find movies where men are showing who they are. It's only when they are with themselves. And even when they're with themselves, when they third party, they don't really express. So it's hard for a man to cry. Is it okay for a man to cry? I'm not saying to cry, but why to cry? Has there been no man that has ever cried? Right? Who told you not to cry? Who told you not to cry? Who told you? And as directors, I think we are actually at the front line, because we are the main custodians of storytelling, because we are part of the story, which is a script. We're part of production. We're part of post-production, and we are the actual custodians of what you see in the frame. Maybe other than politics, where you have the direct power, right, to influence, to make policies, structure things. I don't think anybody is more powerful than filmmakers, because we have what it takes. Somebody made mention yesterday and said there's a difference between women empowerment. That means when you actually want to tell people you have the power to do certain things, that's something that is being given to you.
It's something that we always have to keep questioning ourselves about. And literally before I started this interview, the lovely man was about to mic me and he asked me for my permission. And I thought about it, like almost on every set that I've been on, I've seen the man literally pause to ask, but I don't think I've seen a woman do that with a guy. And I guess these are the kind of things that make me question. And I've been doing film for years now.
Choosing, that's the big one. That's the biggest one here. Choice. Choice. You have to give your character choice, right? Something to choose from, that they can determine their own trajectory. It's very important. A man can appear powerful and still be trapped by expectation. A woman can be exploited and still choose. Okay? Male characters are way more complex. Female characters generally have less choice. If you're a boss, go to work. Like Jennifer said, I'm expected to be nurturing. I'm expected to be soft-spoken. If you do anything outside of that, you're going to sound like a witch. Let me explain why to you. Why is it important for stories to be balanced? It's affecting marriages. It's affecting relationships. It's affecting a lot of stories, a lot of things. Because when you've been told by on film that a woman cannot be assertive, women are portrayed as indecisive. Is it true? I don't know. I don't care. But are there women that are decisive? 100%. So if a woman becomes decisive, why do we label her as a witch? Or whatever. That's my problem. Does that make sense? It's not for us to say one thing is right or one thing is wrong. It's for us to have an open mind that if you are like this, okay, I can understand. I can understand why you're angry. Not because you be woman now, you're not supposed to be angry. No. If she's angry, right? So when you now get home and your wife is angry, or you saw the movie character, where every time they see a movie character, the lady is always nurturing. When the man says, I don't like it, she can't express herself, you now get up to your wife and she expresses herself. It throws you off. It throws you off. So it's whatever you're putting out there changes culture, right? Again, like I said, I keep saying it. I'm not here to put you to any particular, push you in any direction. I'm just saying, ask yourself why. Okay? And there's when you have what's that other thing you said? Women with power. No, they've been empowered. Women empowerment and having power. There are two different things. One is intrinsic, right? It's actually embedded in you. You know you have it. It's now a function of exploring those opportunities. So now we can talk as much as we want and say, hey, go ahead, let's make policies, let's make, whatever it is to empower people. But the difference between film and any other structure is that film, it helps you to think in that way. And nobody else can shape culture, nobody else can shape people's thinking other than film. So there's a lot of opportunities for filmmakers to do that.
We are very, very intentional about projecting strength in men, strength in women, weakness in men, weakness in women.
I don't think necessarily that there's a book or a dictionary or a guide on how you need to portray masculinity. For me, it's understanding what do I want to tell specifically about a masculine character. And that's a wide spectrum, right? A masculine person could wear pink, in my own opinion, right? A masculine person could have muscles. A masculine person can cry. It can be aggressive. It can be nurturing, right? It all depends. So for me, it's not a function of having something that you use a specific prototype to say, if this person is to be masculine, this is how I want it to be. Otherwise, I'm begging the question, right? To say, what has brought us to this point to say, why can't men cry, right? Why can't men be nurturing? So it's a function of just, like I always say, the same phrase, remove conditioning and tell the story as it is, not what you were told to tell.
But my experience so far has been very good. I have, in the course of doing this, I have done a lot of meeting people here. I've actually done a lot of sessions in Texas with students trying to learn things like equity and gender equity, the storytelling. And right now in Nigeria, like I said, when I came to this room this afternoon, I think I had a lot of things to say, and I thought I was going to say a lot of smart things. But when the mic was turned on, I realized I didn't have much to say because the conversation was very deep. The conversation was very engaging. And I think like always, I absorbed more than I could, actually speak. So I'm walking away with a different perspective, and I'm going to actually take that further from here.
Tola Olatunji believed that storytelling is more than filmmaking. It is advocacy, it is empowerment, and it is a commitment to a more equitable world, one story at a time. This is why Tola Olatunji is our champion.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion
for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Development Discourse. My name is Patrick Okibo, founder Next Year. Next Year is a public policy advisory firm. We're focused on solving Africa's complex problems. Development Discourse is our platform for unpacking many of these issues that ail the continent. Today, we're going to be discussing the trouble with Nigeria. You see, Professor Achebe gifted a lot of things to the world. Most of his books, Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. And my guest today is a keen, ardent follower of Achebe. He peppers many of his discussions with quotes from many of these books. I think his favorite, maybe Arrows of God. But today, the book we're discussing, or we're going to use as our jump-off point, is a small pamphlet, The Trouble with Nigeria, where Achebe really gifts to Nigeria an analysis of what is at the root of our challenges. And that will be our jump-off point. But just to a quick introduction of my guest, he was a Minister of Aviation under President Jonathan. He was Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps under President Obasanjo. He holds several degrees, a master's from George Mason, another certificate in marine and port administration from a university in Singapore. He has a certificate as well from Oxford University, a bachelor's from my alma mater, University of Nigeria and Soka, ENUGU campus. But what I find most fascinating about his academic journey is that after leaving office as Minister of Aviation, he decided to go back and get a bachelor's degree in law from Bayes University. And maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, he finished his exams in the Nigerian Law School and will soon become a lawyer, to that extent. So I find that quite fascinating. And maybe in the course of our conversation, he'll tell us if this is the end of his academic journey or if he's going to take on a PhD. Osita Chidoka, welcome.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My pleasure to be here. Good.
Excellent. And so let's go back to The Trouble with Nigeria. I mean, it was published by Fourth Dimension Publishers. I know your relationship with Ato Nwankwo, who I had the pleasure of meeting once in your company. I wonder if you ever met Achebe in your dealings, especially as an ENUGU boy. Did you ever run into Achebe?
Oh, yes. I went with Ato Nwankwo to Onitsha Bridge to wait for Chinua the first time he came to Nigeria after many years of sojourn in the US after his accident. And we met him at the Niger Bridge with Ato Nwankwo, escorted him to Ogidi, and then went back to Enugu. Second time was his 70th birthday with Chief Ojo Madekwe. We went for his 70th birthday at Bard College, where he was teaching at that time. The Iroko on the Eagle was the theme.
Yes.
And I had the rare pleasure of meeting him more closely, and also meeting the world's greatest writers. Nadine Kodima was there, Ngugi Wationgo, Wole Soyinka, name them, all the Africans of the African Writers series, and then American writers, what's her name, the Black woman who wrote Sula.
Yes.
So, yes, Sula, I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. And we had an interesting 2 days at the Bard College, just going through Chinwa's literature and all of that. Interestingly, Ato Nwankwo made me buy a land in Emene, Enugu. The land was allocated to Chinua Achebe, and he felt I would like to have that land since it was up for sale. So that's my interactions with Chinua in person and over time. I was so happy I met him before he eventually passed on. And I was one of those, him and the family gave the right to bring Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart on stage without paying anything to the company in London who has the rights. So they granted me free rights to displaying Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart.
This is totally out of context of what we want to discuss, but since I have you, what do you find most amazing about Arrow of God? Because you keep going back to it.
Yes, it tells the story of leadership, of hubris, and of something, I won't reveal that now, but something I'm writing about when to stop, how people have to learn when to stop. I'm sure that, using a more contemporary example, if Nasrallah of Hezbollah and Sinwar of Hamas had known that this war with Israel will go this way, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. October 7 was an example of when they thought that 2006 would be replicated with Hezbollah and Israel in a war that Israel couldn't win, and Israel backed out. But since 2006, Israel had retooled, penetrated the organizations, had information, had even bombed, planted bombs in their pagers and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organization. If the organization had known that, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. So sometimes in life, we need to know when to stop. So Arrow of God tells the story of Ezolo not knowing when to stop. Even though he was angry with his people, even though he was a wise man, but he didn't know when to stop. And that again is the trouble with Nigeria. When leaders don't know when to stop, when to say pull back and review the strategy and think about the wider goal and the bigger picture. But hubris is something that always plagues us.
And this is probably a good place to segue into, the main core of our conversation today, which is the trouble with Nigeria and what we can do about it. In that small pamphlet by the same title, The Trouble with Nigeria, Achebe starts with that opening sentence that the trouble with Nigeria is, simply and squarely a failure of leadership. I like how he encapsulates it in one sentence, but you and I know that life does not come fully packaged that way.
Yes.
Is that a good summation of our problem? And if yes, how? If no, what are the other ramifications that simple, clean, beautiful sentence may have missed out?
So it's I think it was a strong simplification of the problem. But Chinwa's arguments are quite valid if you read through the book.
Yeah.
He questions many things about us as a nation. So for instance, yesterday I used it at a conference where I spoke. I said, people say we should talk about reorientation of our national values. I said, we can't have national values if we don't define what is the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. So we have a nation, a multi-ethnic nation, a multi-religious nation. To what end? To share revenue allocation every month? To zone offices and distribute it so that my people, your people can get? That in itself is a recipe for failure. A good friend of mine told me what a Lebanese told him, that Nigeria is where Lebanon was when they were trying all this quota system. One Christian, one Muslim, one Shia, one Sunni, one Maronite Christian, one this. And today, Lebanon is ungovernable. It's an ungoverned space because it was a gradual deterioration. So a nation must have purpose. And Chinua said, why did we choose unity and faith as our national motto? Because unity is not a good in itself. You can be united to rob a bank, which is a bad thing. And you can be united to build a hospital, which is a good thing. Why can't we have concepts that are not available for dual purposes? Because when we talk about justice, there is no other way to use justice. So I think that his book, very small book, but really raises the right questions about it. Now, the solution that is purely the problem of leadership is one of the issues. We haven't had an enlightened leadership that looks at Nigeria and says, you know, where do we want to go? Who are we? Why do we even have this nation, for heaven's sake? What is our story? Because the Americans founded their story: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The French said fraternité, égalité, you know, brotherhood. They said it. The South Africans talk about Ubuntu. So what is the idea of Nigeria? It can be for unity and progress. United for what purpose? Progress to where? It can be for faith, unity and faith. Faith in what? Because you can have faith in God, which can be a good thing if you are religious. You can also have faith in your juju, which is in your room. And if you are not a juju maker, then that's not a good faith. You can even have faith in things that are inanimate or animate. So what is the faith for? So it goes back that the trouble with Nigeria is the lack of that thinking, which you may ascribe to leadership.
Okay.
It's a critical part.
How is it that even after 60 odd years, we're not able to really come up with this unifying ethos as a nation? How is it that if Chinua told us decades ago that our problem is leadership, how is it that we haven't been able to attack and deal with that problem? Indeed, how did this failure of leadership become a thing in the first place?
So again, I come back to the concept of what is the purpose of a nation? Because you see, if you do not define the purpose and mission of a nation, then anybody can be a leader. But if you define the purpose and meaning, then certain kinds of people will become leaders.
Okay.
And then the institutions will be built around protecting and deepening that purpose and mission. But if the mission, and this is where I said that Nigeria's history is a history of romanticization of the past, of a failed past. 1960 to 1966 was not a successful period. That constitution of 1963 was not successful. It led us to a civil war. It created problems. It created the Western region problem. It is in correcting the Western region problem of declaring state of emergency that the 1979 Constitution now says, and 1999 repeated it, no other way to rule Nigeria except as prescribed by this Constitution. So when Obasanjo appointed sole administrator for Plateau State, it was wrong. Our Constitution has no room for for suspending elected rulers. So we have no such rule. So the idea that we are a work in progress that we need to define. So let me start by being a little practical. In 1960 to 64, we created one region, Midwestern region. So the people in the Western region, those of them senior officers, they are left to the Midwest. Midwest had a lot of human capacity, human capital. So they moved to Benin to start a government. And we had Osadebe as premier. But by fast track to 1967, Gowon moved us to 12 states. So Biafra was at war, but meanwhile, the 12 states took hold in the other places. So people that were not yet trained in the bureaucracy, that didn't yet quite have no reason, went home to their states to become permanent secretaries, directors, when they should have been assistant directors in Kaduna or in Enugu or in Ibadan. So now we dissembled to 12. And then the military after the war decided to bring this revenue allocation system that funneled cash to these 12 states without a concomitant need for revenue from the states. So the capacity to develop revenue, the institutions were now built around distribution. So from 1970 till date, our states are built around distribution of resource, not accumulation of resource, not the generation of resource. When we went to 19, 21, and then 36, you can imagine what has happened to the manpower recruitment for 36 states and 774 local governments. So when we talk about Nigeria failing because of leadership, we haven't also looked at what I call the structural problems that has weakened capacity. Then the second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. Let us create a Nigeria where no part can withdraw from Nigeria or can levy war against Nigeria. So there was a calculated effort to weaken the states so that the federal government can be strong enough, the Leviathan, to hold everybody in check. Therefore, if you generate power, we transfer it all to Oshobo before we share it to the rest of the country. If we have minerals, the federal government drills it for all of us and shares the revenue. So as the federal government grew in capacity, it continued to widen its capacity that the states. So now you go to every state, they say, we need a federal university because the federal government is usually the biggest employer in every state. But there has been no effort for the states, even the rich states of Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. If you notice, they can build Lagos, minus Lagos. Lagos has been able to build some local capacity. They've been able to, because of the opposition they played 1999 to 2000 and till date, till 2015, they managed to build a certain capacity. So if you look at the other states, Delta State, with 60,000 civil servants in Delta State. And so they can't even think about paying higher wages or attracting higher quality people because the state is a distributional state and not a development state. So I have itemized two problems. One is the state creation, the impact it has had on manpower. The second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. That consensus is what is still holding sway. So now that we have found ourselves in this bind, and I will go on with others as we progress in the conversation, what I think are the structural problems that has made Nigeria the way it is today.
Okay, so let's dig a bit deeper, right? I understand at the independence, we had a finite pool of talented people. Then we start the state creation journey, and we keep, breaking apart that unit and sending them to the smaller states and regions that we've created. And it could have affected the skill level and competence, etc. But let's fast forward to, later, say 2007, when we have seen these things happen, and you get someone like yourself, who well-trained, worldly, dynamic, young, because you were really young when you went to, road safety, and you start that process of reforming the Nigerian road safety, which led to, quite visible, significant improvements, awards won, et cetera, international recognition, etc. Now, fast forward to where we are today. The road safety is not quite what it used to be.
Yes.
Isn't that a direct failure on your part, right? Because you should know that as you put in place these reforms, as you try to set up the institution, that you should also put up those guardrails to ensure that it sustains. So it's one thing to look at the past and say we couldn't build those skills, but in more contemporary times, you've done it, you went there, but it's not where it should be today. How do you explain that to help us understand why Nigeria is the way it is today?
So I will give you two examples of efforts to institutionalize reforms.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is something we call the excess crude account. It was created, accepted by everybody when Obasanjo was in power. It was initially resisted by the states. He got them teamed up, and we created the excess crude account. And it was signed into law that we will keep these monies and then we will distribute during the rainy day. So during Yar'Adua's time, we went there and drew down some money. By President Jonathan, we had drawn it all down. So the 1 billion that was remaining, we used it to seed the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Correct.
From the time we started the Sovereign Wealth Fund to today, have there been any payments by the national and subnational governments to increase the wealth fund, till date? So despite making the laws, the distributional nature of the Nigerian state does not create the incentive to sustain those type of reforms. Let's take another one. We paid our debts and our balance sheet cleaned up, and we were able to take big ticket items. What has happened to us today? From 2015 to date, we are now the second largest debtor in the world. Mm-hmm. Again, we are worse than where we were when we paid off the debt. With benefit of hindsight, should we have paid off the debt? The answer is possibly no. We should have spent the $18 billion building power stations, infrastructure, and still be owing if we knew that this was going to be the case. So Obasanjo was an example of a successful leader who engineered growth and changes, but didn't have the sufficient time to talk about national culture and vision. So 8 years does not quite allow. Many people in their 4 years are struggling for visible, tangible effects to get re-elected. And then after that, you are almost battling to wind down. So you keep doing projects to have your name all over the plot. So thinking about the more fundamental issues about the nature and character of the Nigerian state. The third one I like to give is an example that I don't know what informed it, but that example is the example of a subnational sovereign fund called the Cross River State Savings Fund or something. I can't remember the name. Donald Duke started it, and it was agreed that every month they will put 50 million into this fund. They will use it to buy stock, treasury bills, and invest and grow. It was even so made that traditional rulers were required to sign off if you want to change the law. The State House of Assembly, you need 2/3 majority. This, that. After all that was done, the next government came and just stopped paying any money, spent the one in that one, and moved on. Nobody in Nigeria has remembered that there was a state who had a plan for a wealth fund.
So what could have been done differently? What could Donald have done differently? What could you have done differently, mindful of the way our political economy is set up, right? Mindful of all these issues that, benefit of hindsight, how could you have ensured that bureaucracy that started evolving, at the road safety, that it could have sustained, 10, 20 years later, so we become a very efficient, well-run bureaucracy?
In the case of federal road safety, I think we have even had more successes with it, in terms of that most of the things I put in place are still there. In terms of people still do computer-based testing for promotion. There's proper promotion examinations. I wrote the story about 5 of my different staffs emerging as deputy corps marshals, because in a competitive situation, they will win. So in that competitive situation, they won, one from every zone. They were all 5 people who have worked with me. So no matter, unless you jettison that process, because we altered the DNA of FRSC by bringing in ISO 9001 and making it part of the civil service rules. So we put it in the conditions of service. So now FRSC officers can actually challenge any process that is put in place that doesn't go well with them. But beyond processes and things is a far more serious issue about vision, about what is the purpose of this organization and how do we continue to achieve its goals. So my goal was that it was going to transition to a regulatory organization, working with state motor vehicle departments to handle, the states will handle enforcement on their state roads, driver's license, number plates, and the centralized data is together with FRSC. So there will be Last Mile Lagos, Trace in ENUGU, Anambra State Traffic Service, ENUGU, and all of the 36 states with their motor vehicle administration, and FRSC managing the federal highways and regulating these other bodies under a single policy. Doing that will require substantial political capacity to get and I got it approved by the National Economic Council, the state governors and the vice president as chairman. I got it through to National Assembly, even the plan to amend FRSC law to give us that regulatory power and to unbundle what was coupled in FRSC, because Nigerian lawmaking is always about establishment without purpose. So I tried to reframe the law to set our national goals for road safety, and then have an agency called the Federal Road Safety Commission, and then compel it and now give it the role to manage states, to coordinate states in providing, because there is no way a central agency in Abuja can man the roads in Obosi, in Umpo, in Ikotepene, in Yangoji, it was going to continue to grow into a humongous bureaucracy. Like the Nigerian police, it has continued to grow without end. So we needed to rethink that image. Now, again, it brings us back to the fundamental issue. We need to rethink our distributional state into a development state. We need to walk away from the 1970 post-Civil War consensus. And we need to rethink and reimagine the idea of Nigeria so that our institutions will be incentivized.
We'll come to that point. We'll come to that point because I think there's something ongoing in Nigeria today that could, provide us an opportunity to explore those issues. But I want to stay on politics for a little bit.
Yes.
You were, this last week, you've kind of trended that you officially left the PDP. And in the announcement I saw, you mentioned there that you were one of the youngest people involved at the formation of that party and that you decided to leave. Isn't that an acknowledgement of failure in some sense? The PDP was said to be the party that would rule for 100 years, and it lost, in 2015 and completely decimated, that it couldn't even muster an effective opposition. What is it about the formation and management of that political organization that made it difficult for it to come up with some of these ethos that you've talked about? Why the organization? What does it stand for? What does it mean for Nigeria? And why is it that just losing one election got it to disintegrate? If you could shed some light on that.
So the first light I will shed on it is that the formation of PDP was it wasn't a movement that evolved from an ideological struggle. But even that, I'm looking at the ANC and I can't recognize the ANC anymore in South Africa. It has got stopped from ruling. So PDP as a ruling party, as a party that is now in office, that was in office at the time, did not seem to have in itself, was not a party that had any history anyway of existing pre-government. So it was formed and it went into government. And then there was a president and there were directives from the head. So the sub-units of the party did not develop. They were just waiting for Abuja to say what is to be done, and they do it. So now, when we lost power in 2015, it then happened that a committee of governors now had to run a party. So with no charismatic figure on top and nobody with a clear view of the party, we now found a situation where each governor was now, what do you call them now, fighting for their own fiefdom. So there was no central idea. Everybody was contributing their own to make sure that the party protects them in their state. So by the end of 2019, end of 2023, PDP had become an unrecognized entity. He had nothing in his central authority that had the kind of chairman with the vision and capacity to drive an opposition party. He couldn't metamorphose into an opposition party. He continued to live in a delusional state of grandeur that he was just waiting to take power. So doing the work of opposition, providing the human capital, the type of people that will lead the party for opposition, the governors were incapable of that. The governors all thought about bringing people that will help to sustain their powers in the state. So ultimately, it wasn't a matter of time before PDP now became a party without, a soul and without clear objectives. So because everybody thought of it as a part of a whole. And I think that's where the party is now. So because of that, and I think it will also happen to the APC because he was formed and he went into government by 2015. So it's going to, anytime they lose power, they will have this crisis of sub-units that have no strength, that have no capacity on their own to go and look for members, that have waiting for Abuja to send money for election. So they will just sit down and wait. And once there is no charismatic figure who takes it over and tries to run it, support, it will go into the kind of moral and visionless crisis that PDP is in now. So the problem of Nigeria is now deepened by the absence of political parties to drive the changes. Yes. So that is a major challenge for Nigeria today. No political party to drive that future we're looking for.
Exactly. And it appears to me, reading your resignation letter from the PDP, that is kind of what you're looking to address with the Athena Center. And because I don't see how we build this Nigeria or solve the problem with Nigeria or solve the leadership problem without dealing with the hardcore political issue. And I can see that some of the work the Athena Center is doing, especially around elections and integrity of elections, is beginning to address those issues. If you could speak a little bit to how the work of the Athena Center is looking to address this trouble with Nigeria. How do you understand the trouble, and what are you doing with the center to address it?
So, at the root of democracy is elections.
Yeah.
And at the root of elections is the integrity of that process. So once that process does not have integrity, then we will be electing leaders who have no incentive to deliver public goods because they don't need the people to win an election. They need elite consensus and ability to alter the results to remain in office. So there is a major challenge facing Nigeria today. And that challenge is that for us to say that liberal democracy has not done well in Africa, in Nigeria, we must first of all practice liberal democracy, which presupposes, proper elections. So if you look at an institution like INEC, it has become a very shameless organization. Shameless in its outcomes and even in its process. Nothing bothers INEC that there are 500 cases after an election that went to court. INEC does not even set for itself a goal that says, every election we will want to see less number of people going to court by virtue of the integrity of the election. 2015, by President Jonathan not challenging that election in court, the number of cases that went to court that year went down, plummeted in Nigeria. So everybody in Nigeria realized and said, well, the election was fairly well done. But 2019 was less than 2015, and 2023 is worse than 2019. And now we're getting to the state elections that are growing progressively worse, the last being Edo. So it is because of the distributional nature of our state character. If we were a development state, INEC should be the institution that will be saying what I'm saying. Their audit immediately after every election will review weaknesses, will review what they did wrong, what their staff did wrong, sanction those who did it wrong, and then say, next election, we're hoping to see better outcomes. So I have shown examples in Mexico, which is a country like Nigeria. The Wednesday after the election, appointed third parties will take a statistically significant number of polling units and cross-check the voting, manually recount the voting, check what was entered in the result before they can attest finally to the final results. So it is not a matter of go to court. There is no court. Court is when there are legal issues, not when there is election issues. So when an election is over, the opponent says, no, they didn't count my votes well, they didn't do this. INEC should be able to say, we have 7 days of an administrative process. So all the EC8A, all the EC8B, we're uploading it online. If you have any issues with them, bring it out. I told the story of going to Kogi to conduct a primaries. And one of the people in that primaries was Senator Dino. He was my friend at that time, still my friend. But the way we ran the primaries, he lost to TJ Yusuf. And we were in school, we were in neighbors in law school, we sat next to each other. If I had done anything against him, or if he didn't think the process was clean, of course, I don't think we would be speaking to each other. So INEC as an institution is shameless. Because where they are today is for them to say, no. In Edo, we saw that this doesn't match with this, so we're reviewing it. This is our final result after the review. They shouldn't say, oh, the law stops us from going to where it's now the court to decide. The court has no such time to determine those issues.
Okay, and because elections are at the heart of any discussions around fixing Nigeria or fixing the leadership issues, etc., what have you at Athena Center found to be the core ways that elections are rigged in Nigeria? And what can we practically, pragmatic here, not theory, do to fix those problems?
Thank you. This is a very important point. Very, very important point. Now, I have recommended 3 simple things to be done.
What are the problems first? How are elections?
The problem is that results are altered by electoral presiding officers at the point of entering what happened in the polling units. Some electoral officers, presiding officers, are bold enough to enter what did not happen. So they will, after they've counted 20 votes, 3 for Patrick Party, 2 for Osita Party, 5 for Musa Party, they will now go and register 200 votes. They will write 20 first. When they go out, they will add another 0, and then come to everybody's side and then add 0 zeros on it, or add 1 before it, and then determine a new result. So that's criminality in the face of it. But INEC's process of snapping the result and uploading has helped tremendously. If you go to any election, 70% of the electoral officers upload the correct results. Only about 25% to 30, 22% in some places, 23% that alter the result. Unfortunately, those 23%, they are altering normally damages the whole result. So first of all is the parties must have strong agents, and the citizens must hold the INEC officials responsible at their polling units, enter the correct result, snap it, upload. All of us will take our own snapshots and we go. So at the polling unit, it's easy to compel them to do that which is right. Now, what we also is that because governors or people come from a particular area, people in their area are willing to allow the results to be changed to favor their own. So that can be an issue. So what then happens is that after that election process uploaded, then we get to the ward collation. At the ward collation, the officers there again alter the results to favor the candidates that INEC is working for. So it is at the ward collation that the more egregious acts of subversion happens. So sometimes results are fully rewritten. Some are cancelled to reduce the opponent's vote. Some votes of the opponents are reduced, and one of the favored candidate votes are added to him. So the reason is that INEC does not upload the EC8B. So nobody has visibility. From that point on, we enter a dark hole. We don't have visibility again on what happens at the ward, the local government, until we hear the final results. So we think that the people at the ward That is the place that we should do what we have been canvassing for, which is an audit. The electoral officer comes back with the votes. He comes back with the papers, used, unused ballots, EC8A field, and the beavers. So the electoral officer, the collation officer, is required to look at the beavers and confirm the number of people that were accredited. He is required to look at the EC8A and then enter the results in the EC8B. If he sees any anomalies, he's also empowered to cancel that result and say, this result has been altered. The accredited is more than what is on the beavers. So it is at that point I am saying that we should buy 8,800 scanning machines so that when the results are brought there, the ballot papers are scanned. It will confirm fingerprints. It will confirm valid fingerprints without revealing the person who voted. And we are going to then enter the results as from the EC8A. And they will upload it. So when you finish every word, you upload the EC8A. Now, before we get to that word collation, INEC used to allow the beavers accreditation numbers to be on their website. At the Edo election was the first time they removed it from their website. We no more see how many people are accredited by beavers. That kept many electoral officers in check because the public have already seen how many people are accredited. INEC miraculously and very egregiously removed it from public view. So we need to restore that to public view. After the collation at the ward, I don't think we should do any further collation. That result should be entered into the electronic system. That will just populate it. Yes, so we can sit down, everybody can call the result. If you're a senatorial candidate, it will aggregate the local governments under you and announce the results. If you are a senatorial House of Rep candidate, if you are president, it will aggregate and announce the state results. So we will remove 2 levels of collation and go straight that the polling unit result is only thing that matters. Once it is verified, so even if it takes them 2 days to verify it, everybody will be patient. In India, elections last 8 months.
Technology, yeah?
Yes, election lasts 8 months in India because the same equipment is what they move from one zone to the other. So they couldn't have bought 800 million people vote in the elections. So when they finish here, they move it to the next place. So the election is just going on. Results are being tabulated. Immediately you finish the electronic voting, third-party auditors just sit to confirm that what was entered and the EVM are the same. So they do that together with the voting so that when the result is announced, then that's final. So now, that for me is the 3 simple steps to take now. 1, keep the visibility of the EC8A, put the visibility of the beavers online, how many people, even at the end of the election, once it synchronizes fully with the back end, INEC should upload the numbers from each beavers. With the number of the beavers, electronic number of the beavers, the number of votes is accredited, upload it together with the word result. At the same time, upload the EC8B of the word collation after it's done. Allow for the word collation to be the center for authentication of results and for third-party review. So NGOs, churches, mosques, everybody can be, you can select people in every ward to be present and to certify that what was done transparently, and these are the results of the election. And allow the scanning to allow people who question the results to be able to allow access. Look at the ballots, go and verify if there's any issue, come back to us. But INEC should be the first body to make sure the elections are proper, not the courts.
Just to push this one more time, an idea for you and tell me whether it's feasible or not. In one of your Attendance Center reports, you mentioned names of, electoral officers who falsified with evidence, who falsified the election, right? Shouldn't we be doing a divide and conquer here? Let's say that, INEC, probably working for some Lord and Master, difficult to reach them. Shouldn't we pick out some of these individuals who probably collected little monies or whatever to commit a crime? Shouldn't we isolate them, take them to court, and prosecute and put them in jail as a form of deterrent for any other person who's invited to act as an electoral officer. Wouldn't that weaken that structure? And why hasn't it happened?
So that's the first question. Why hasn't that happened? Because the prosecutor is a federal offense. Only the Attorney General of the Federation can prosecute them. So if he's in the ruling party, he will never prosecute them. And only INEC is supposed to bring the charges. So if INEC does not bring the charges that their people falsified results, then you have no crime. So again, it is the amending of our laws to ensure that, political parties and candidates in an election can take civil action against electoral officers who falsify results. So if it's not a criminal action this time, but you go and said, I could have won this election if not for what Patrick did. So I'm, charging Patrick for breach of trust, for not performing a duty of care in managing the result, and I am claiming damages.
Okay.
So the person becomes personally liable for the damages. And I think our laws need to be amended to include civil action.
Now, again, I'm really focusing on the practical here, right? Yes. You've been in government for, I almost said forever, but you've been in government for a long time, post your private sector work. You understand the inner workings of the executive. You also understand the inner workings of the legislature for, various reasons, and also the judiciary. How do we navigate this? So we've seen now that if we can change this law from a federal offense to a state offense or whatever else, it gives us the opportunity for NGOs, civil society organizations to engage these individuals, not the institution now, but the individuals. And we can create that narrow corridor, right? Where government knows that there are people watching and we can have that contestation. How do we navigate that? Why would the National Assembly pass such a law if they are direct beneficiaries of this system that is broken? How do we change the incentive system to get them to do it within this assembly?
So, you see, the problem in Nigeria when it comes to electoral reforms have not been the legislature. Actually, our legislators have done so well every time in writing laws. Then our judiciary will suddenly now, find a loophole and escape from the law. So if we propose, as I'm proposing to them, and I'm engaging the National Assembly, to say, you all are politicians. So criminal offenses require you to get a fiat from the Attorney General. It requires the Attorney General to prosecute, or we can mandate INEC to prosecute. But if INEC is working in tandem with their agents, they will not prosecute. So why don't we create a civil option? We can take a civil suit against them and say these people conspired, damage the process. So we can get fines. And if the judiciary is serious, they will impose very strong fines against them so that the people will know that, it's costly to go and tamper with election results. So I think we can build that coalition. I've been proposing that we build, one of the challenges in Nigeria today is the despair and the feeling of people that nothing can be done.
Exactly.
And that feeling is a very dark one. So I have come up with the idea that we need to build a coalition of hope. A coalition of hope of those who think that Nigeria can still work. I don't think there is anything wrong with Nigeria as constituted. I just think that we have a software code that needs to be recoded. It is designed, the design is a problem. It is designed as a distributional state. It's not designed as a developmental state. So if we can redesign, and it doesn't have to happen in one go. It doesn't have to happen in one go. That's why I'm going to read the tax bill carefully before commenting on it. And then
but you have to comment, even if you haven't read it, because that's a question I have. Because I think we're seeing that, redevelopment of that software code, with the tax bill. That President Tinubu has really taken on the key elephant in the room, to say that the way we collect our resources as a people and distribute it could be the reason why we are unproductive. We should go back to getting people to eat what they kill. And if you can't kill it, then unfortunately you will die. And if you don't want to die, then you do something to fix it. So although you haven't read it, I need you to comment on the philosophy of it.
So that's what I'm saying. I cited it as an example of the possibility of realigning the code. And we may not achieve it in one go. I think nations are work in progress. It's a case of push and pull to keep inching towards the success. What I haven't seen is the philosophical redefinition. You see, when this president changed the national anthem, I've been in the vanguard of the call for the old national anthem. I've always believed we should go back to it. So when he went back to it, everybody was happy. I was happy, but I was sad. Because I didn't think it should be smuggled back into Nigeria through the National Assembly. I thought it should have been the subject of a robust national debate. So that when we say those words, it will have meaning to us. When we say to build a nation where no man is oppressed, it will be a mantra for the new Nigeria. I thought he would have given us the opportunity to canvass why we want to build a nation that we will keep a banner without stain and hand it over to the next generation. When we say that though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand, it will have meaning. Just singing it will not create it. It will have been a question of saying, let's rethink ourselves. This is a diverse Black nation, a home for all, a nation where we give opportunities for everybody to grow. That is why I have cited the example somewhere that a governor can go and pay $700,000 to an American international school for his children to go to the school over the next 10 years. And didn't see that the joke was on him, that you finished running a state and you couldn't build a school that your children could go to. So, and the fact that you could pay an international school in the country, let's even say you don't want to build it in Kogi, why didn't you build a school in Abuja where your children can go to? So, and I just opposed him as a governor, Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi, with a businessman in Anambra called Ernest Azudialo, who is the founder of Next Oil, who went to Okija, his village, and built a Jesuit Loyola college called Gonzaga. This is his private money. But he thought that the children of Okija needed to be given an opportunity to get to where he is. He decided that of all the efforts he has made, one of the things that can uplift the people of Okija is to give them quality education. And this has not only given Okija, it has now attracted children from a diverse background from around the country to come to Gonzaga in Okija. He didn't stop there. He built a pediatric hospital built by Julius Berger in Okija. This is a private individual. Now, a governor, on the other hand, because of the distributional nature of Nigeria, decided that what was good for his children was not good for the children of Kogi. He decided that his children should go to an American international school, while the children of Kogi languish in schools without roof, without chairs. So this is the kind of things that when you see, you now see that there is need for philosophical reset and for redesigning. So the tax bill, when I read it, we're going to come out as a center to comment on the tax bill, but we fundamentally agree that Nigeria's source codes need to be rejigged. And if we rejig it, it will go a long way in helping us to begin to realize our potential.
Exactly. And in a few minutes, we'll open it up for audience participation. I urge you to please type your questions in the Q&A tab. I will read them out, but I'll give full attribution, to whomever put the questions there. But before we get to that, Ikobosi, the title of this our talk is The Trouble with Nigeria and What We Can Do About It. Can you crystallize for me in bullet points, in your view, what are these core troubles or problems we have in Nigeria? And what are the elements of the solution? Obviously, the elements can be arranged in whatever form, but what are the elements that must be in place for us to begin to fix Nigeria?
So, number one is that I've said it. There's a design problem. a design problem in Nigeria that we need to fix. We need to fix the design problem. And the reason why I keep talking about this design problem is that a state that is designed as a distributional state will not have the institutions to become a development state. Because like I said, the governor is thinking of what will be good for his children. And he's not thinking about how that will save the children of Kogi. Because like I said, he's in a distributional state. So we need to figure out, how to redesign Nigeria. And in redesigning Nigeria, we have to understand that nothing is wrong with Nigeria. Nigeria is not an exceptional state. Nigeria is working. I want to tell the young people every time, the country is working. And I'll give you an example. You go to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, the hostels are overcrowded. The school is dirty. The generator is not working. There's no running water in it. Students go to school every day and study medicine. Their school fees is 150,000 naira a year. That's about less than $100, $80 a year. Then they finish. Maybe you give the child 100,000 every month. So by the time he finishes 1 year of 9 months, he has spent 900,000, 1 million, which is less than $600, about $600, $700 a month, a year. Then he does it for 6 years. We're talking about $3,000+ for 6 years to educate him through Nsukka medicine.
Swap it up to $5,000.
He finishes from Nsukka with $5,000. He writes the board exam in California, and then he becomes a board-certified doctor in California. To train an American in the medical school is minimum of $300,000 for the low-end schools, $700,000 for the high-end schools. And yet, the Nigerian doctors are sought after across Nigeria, the Western world, whether in the UK or in the US. So what do we need to do? Any sensible country will be thinking about how do we improve our capacity to keep building manpower? Because this is something that we have capacity to do. Nigerians are complaining. Nigerian computer engineers, a Nigerian company called MoneyPoint, just got $1 billion valuation a month ago. 50% of the Western funds that come into Africa end up in Nigerian companies looking for. So if the Americans are here looking for returns in investing in early stage companies in Nigeria, please, don't tell me Nigeria is not working. Don't tell me that. So what needs to work is that the redesign of Nigeria, the expansion of our market capacity, the ability to move our politics from a distributional politics to a development politics by first making our elections credible and allowing the people to determine their leadership. Part of that design challenge for me is that we must do away with second term in office in Nigeria till we calm down. Let people stop using public finances in the office to get themselves a second term. So we need to figure out and give ourselves a transition period. It's work in progress. We can do it. So that our leaders can come and focus on development. Don't use our 4 years to build things that will give you a second term that have no value to the state. We don't have such time. Since the democracy started in 1999, we've had 25 years now. And the children that were born there have left university.
Okay, Ikobosi, yes. Didn't Jonathan propose this? You know, Jonathan proposed a single term, 6 years, but it did not fly. Why didn't it fly, and what's going to be different this time?
Why it didn't fly is because everybody suspected that Jonathan wanted to use it to extend his own stay. So first of all, the president that will push it has to say, you know, I'm on my second term, for instance, so I'm not eligible to run again. So I'm not running again. So we need to do this because we just need to get a broad elite consensus. When we define the meaning of Nigeria, then our institutional design will be to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. We need to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. And part of the ways to make it to thrive is that the institutions will reflect our national hopes and aspirations. So when we say we want an educational system that will produce 1 million people over the next 10 years that have this type of skills, then every state can key in into that vision. Every private and public universities can key in. When we say that we want a situation where our production of oil, our national resources, will come not anymore from just selling oil, but from our capacity to, not just from selling oil, but from our capacity to produce and export. Let me ask you, if you think about cocoa now, we're exporting cocoa in Nigeria, and part of what we export in that cocoa is the fact that our export of cocoa is done by people selling at the farm gate to people who buy the beans and export. Now, if you go beyond those, think about a state now deciding, I'm going to pay the price of the beans at the gate. I'm going to find myself $1 million every year, buy up all the beans that is coming from Ondo, and process it and build a processing factory, or find 3 or 4 private sector processors and said, we will process this and we're going to let it to, we're going to let this now to be exported as Ondo State joint venture with a private sector company. So when we export the cocoa, we can make about $4 million from cocoa butter and powder. So the state of Ondo State is earning $4 million. Out of the 1.5 million they have invested in buying cocoa, another 800,000 in processing, or 1 million. So there's a profit already of about $2 million. Just using those numbers to give an example. Why are we allowing our farmers sell it at the farm gates? Instead of thinking as a development state, how to make that thing to be something everybody will look at your phone. How to make it what everybody can look at. How to make it something that everybody can see the value that a Nigerian state can provide. So palm oil, for instance, is scarce in Nigeria. We import palm oil in Nigeria. So the Southeast states have no business not buying up all the palm that is there, processing it, and becoming the major sellers of palm oil with private sector companies. So this is a mixture of the marketing board and private sector ingenuity, but with the state putting in some capital. So the idea I'm proposing is that what Chinese people have done, taking what works and making it, cascading it from the local levels to the higher level. In China, there's a top-down system, but there's a bottom-up system, forcing every locality to find what they can do to attract people to their locality. Because the reward system is the more you produce, the more you get.
Exactly.
But we have a perverse reward system now.
In fact, because you've gone there, let me move to the questions from our participants. And I have a question from our friend Jerome Okolo. And he says, Ojo Madekwe, who's your, was your boss and mentor,
yes.
That when it becomes advantageous for politicians for there to be free and fair elections, the elections would become free and fair. Jerome's question is why, when, and under what conditions would it become advantageous for the ruling party and elite to bring about the multitude of changes to the electoral law and practice, which you have proposed so thoughtfully and in such detail?
So go back to 2000, go back to 2007. President Umaru Yar'Adua was elected in an election that was widely considered not free nor fair. He came to Eagle Square and said, the election that brought me to power was not a credible election. What did he do next? He set up the Justice Uwais Commission that brought wide-ranging proposals. While it was being done, he died. President Jonathan took over from him and went and took a member of the Justice Uwais Commission, Atahiru Jega, and made him INEC chairman, and introduced all the technological systems that made it that PDP lost an election. Now, how APC have behaved since they got that power, including Saint Buhari, who was a tragic ruler for Nigeria, how they have behaved, have removed incentive for any politician to want to do any such thing. Now, instead of Nigerians praising Jonathan for building the system, what Nigerians are now saying, he's not a man. He should have doubled down. Can't you see how the people in Rivers rewrote the results? Can't you see how the people in this place rewrote the results? So now being good has not been incentivized by Nigerians. Conducting an election that you lost is now seen an act of being a sissy and of not being a strong man. So what is at stake today is that there is no mass, what I call consensus to push for the politicians to give what they currently do not have. So if I were to propose, Ojo is right in saying when it becomes advantageous. What we should be talking about is how to force the politicians for it to become advantageous. So President Yar'Adua did it from the top. And I can see that the masses haven't even responded nor recognized that even the beavers we are talking about today is a product of Umar Yar'Adua's insistence that we reform our electoral process. So what needs to happen now is to build this coalition of hope with a single agenda to bring back our elections. Single agenda of a coalition of hope. And I'm hoping that I will find like minds to come together. Let's push this one agenda. He said, in our third answer of our national anthem, he said, "Oh God of creation, grant this our one request." Just one request. Help us to build a nation. So I'm asking Nigerians, let's not think about the economy. Let's not think about state creation. Let's not think about our divide. Let's think about, oh God of creation, grant this our one request. Help us to credible elections.
Because you've gone there and because of what you said earlier on, a friend of mine reached out when they saw the flyer that I'm going to be talking to you, and they said, why are you talking to Ikobosi? After all, he's the one that convinced Jonathan to hand over to Buhari when every other voice in the room said he should hold on. I reminded him that it was the right thing to do because there would have been bloodshed, right? But because you've raised this idea of a coalition, I have a question here from Eze. Very deep thoughts, Ikobosi, and indeed Patrick for asking thoughtful questions. My question, we see how those ruining Nigeria are united, while those who want to push Nigeria forward are focused on individual efforts. When will the likes of Athena Center, Fix Politics, SPPG, etc., come together in a credible collective action? What are the issues preventing patriots from coming together and have that elite consensus that we have all been talking about? That's a direct question.
I always tell people, first things first. Everything has to come in tandem. The Black Lives Matter movement was not made up of Brookings Institute or Heritage or other left-wing think tanks. So there is a role for everybody in this. There is the role of the thinking. That thinking that makes it possible for people to understand what the issues are. That thinking that creates the evidence for action to be taken. If Athena has been planning to form a coalition first, we won't have time to double down in our office. It takes us roughly 4 weeks of writing INEC, receiving the report. We have 60 people entering the results every day there's an election. Immediately the election results start going onto the IREV. We've built a proprietary software where all the results are entered, and it begins to flag the anomalies for us before we even wait to get INEC's own EC8B. INEC's own, when we collect INEC's data on BVAS, EC8B, C, and D, we then sit down and manually enter it again into the system. And then we begin to crunch the numbers. We begin to press it. And without it, Nigerians will not have known who is the name of the person who changed the results, who did this and who did that. So I believe very firmly that those that told you Ikobosi convinced Jonathan to hand over are the problem with Nigeria. They are part of the trouble with Nigeria. They are the people that are saying that the man of Mosul is the one that will walk. So that is why, if you look at today, the men of Mosul have won. You finish running a state, you confiscate the state, you take the resources, and you bid for power. And people say he is a good politician. These are the guys. They are fearless. They are capable. You loot a state for 4 years, 8 years. Your parents have never been known to be rich. You have never been known to do any other work. And Nigerians will say, he has the resources. Why didn't you people make peace with him? Didn't you see that he has the resources? Resources from where?
Are you talking about anyone in particular?
Of all the bad people who are moving around. So we need a coalition of hope who says to people, let's come together. And this is what I believe in. Thought precedes action. So we are providing the thought. So it may happen that all of us will individually move now and form that movement that begins to campaign strategically for certain reforms and saying, this is what we want done. And we're hoping that it will happen.
So I've scanned through this and I see there are questions around how leadership recruitment. There's one from Chinenye Nwogu. What do you really think is the greatest challenge with credible leadership recruitment, which I feel is the major issue with Nigeria? And there's another question related from Victor Mac Onyebu. The root causes for me are the leadership recruitment system and the integrity of the electoral process. How do you solve the challenge of the recruitment process where parties are literally hijacked by money bags and delegates are bribed to select a candidate? Is Athena also thinking about this?
So somebody just asked me yesterday, I think it was Charles on Arise TV. Charles asked me yesterday, he said, when are you going to throw this search beam on the primaries of the political parties?
Exactly.
To see the credibility of the primaries.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't answer him well because we ran out of time. But I'm going to say this. It doesn't really matter how parties produce their candidates. Because political parties are in the business of winning power. They may decide that they will appoint their candidates. You can't stop them from doing that. They may decide they will elect an insurrectionist or a felon to be their candidate. You can't stop them. So what is at stake is that if the electorates, and I'm going to warn people about this, even if our elections are credible and the elections are free and fair, it doesn't mean we are going to elect the right people. Because Nigerians can gather on election day and elect a reformed criminal. Mm-hmm. We have elected a reformed Democrat before, supported by credible thinking Nigerians. A man known to have brought down a civilian government was now elected as a reformed Democrat. So we can find the reform thieves being elected. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't follow that credible elections mean that good people will be elected. Mm-hmm. It still means that the rule of democracy means that this education we are doing, these conversations we're having, this development discourse is designed to bring people to understand the issues. I mean, it is interesting to see how powerful that podcasts have become in America, that both Kamala and Trump ended up attending podcasts more than they interviewed with mainstream television stations. Mm-hmm. That Joe Rogan had more influence on the election than even Fox TV.
And Kamala is blamed for losing the election because she didn't go to Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yes. I mean, so you can see how powerful. So when people see us doing this, that's why I support this program. I share this development discourse because it is the spread of this thought, the education of the mind that will ensure that even in a free and fair election, in a credible election, that we do not go end up electing thugs. Because people can just finish and say, it doesn't matter. I can tell you, Buhari got substantial votes in northern Nigeria, and I don't even think they are rigged. I think the majority of Nigerian northerners believed that Buhari was the solution to Nigerians' problem.
Not just northerners.
I'm talking of 2019 election, not 2015, 2019.
Yes, okay.
By 2015, the whole of the country believed it. The Reformed Democrats. Mm-hmm. So there were many Southerners again and many elite people who didn't vote again for him in 2019. But in 2019, he amassed 11 million votes from the area we call Northern Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So when you look at elections, the credibility of the election allows the views of the majority, like has happened in America, to prevail. It allows the views of the majority, like happened in Brazil, where Bolsonaro won. So how to now remove those demagogues from power requires a strong coalition from the people who think otherwise. Without a strong coalition, they will likely not remove an incumbent whose views, no matter how bad they are benefiting some people and impacting some people positively.
Mm-hmm. So many questions to get through, so we'll see if we can make it a bit faster. There was always this question on values reorientation, on, maybe educating Nigerians to have a view on what Nigeria should be, etc. Where do you fall on that? You know, is there any nation that develops without having this values orientation? Is it a prerequisite to national development?
So I go back to my fundamental thesis that once we haven't defined the purpose and meaning of Nigeria, we can't have national values. We can't start buying fuel for a car that we haven't bought. Let's buy the car first, and then we can buy fuel. I believe that our national values will flow from the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. What are we a state for? And I don't think that people who ask that question, I think, are talking about dismembering Nigeria. I think the issue is that the nature of Nigerian states now, the low quality, the inability to deliver positive outcomes in many areas is now beginning to force us to go back to our original design system. Because the British designed Nigeria as a convenience shop. The railway they built is from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt, Lagos to Kano to Lagos, just to extract resources, take it to the sea and export. They didn't think about moving people from the east to the west. They didn't think about diagonally crossing the country because there were no resources to move those ways. They thought about natural resources, all the agricultural products, all the cottons. They used rail and put it. So the British bureaucratic sophistication was applied to an extractive state, and it successfully extracted the resources. Somebody has pointed out the various nature of colonialism in Africa, from the places where they went and allocated the land to themselves in Kenya, in South Africa, became owners, to places where they saw as hardship posts, where the malaria and the mosquito made it a place inhospitable for them. So they focused on extracting resources. Now, unfortunately, the people that inherited the British colonial system continued the extraction without the efficiency of the British bureaucracy and without the vision. The British bureaucracy did it for Her Majesty's treasury. But in Nigeria, we now did it for our private pockets.
Sure.
So I think
let me get Iko with so many questions here. Let me get all of them brilliant questions. So let me see if I can get a lot more of them in. There's a Damilola Oyewusi. You know, he says, how can we make this coalition of hope happen? Give us your first 3 steps and possible timeline.
So my first step is that we're going to call on many groups and people across Nigeria to join on this one simple issue. I believe we can build consensus across Nigeria, which is first, electoral reforms, the integrity of our elections. I believe that we should go from the non-contentious issues then to the more contentious issues. So our first step, like the civil rights movement was designed to bring civil rights to Blacks in America. When that goal was achieved, of course, the movement went into oblivion. The Black Lives Matter has come and is pushing across the world. We've seen movements arise. Sometimes their objective is not fully achieved, but they alter the character of the state. In Israel, we saw a movement saying to Netanyahu, you can't take away the power of the Supreme Court. So we are going to identify a single issue that unites us, and we push for it. Now, when I'm thinking that 2025 is a good year to start that, to begin to push that both the legislative action, the executive actions are taken to make sure that the 2027 election is an election that reflects the votes of Nigerians. So if we decide to re-elect the incumbent president, so be it. If we decide to elect any other person to power, so be it. Our agreement will be, this is the choice of majority of Nigerians. And I also believe that in those electoral reforms, and because of the nature of Nigeria, nobody should be president without 51% of the votes. So if nobody makes 51%, we go for a rerun. And then for the 2 people, so that 1 person can emerge with the majority of votes of Nigerians. We need to legitimize government once again. We need to make government to be legitimate. This cloud of illegitimacy that drives our government in Nigeria makes them almost act criminal because they don't seem to think that they have enough to push for reforms. So we think that when you have that kind of mandate, then you can push your reforms and you are sure that 51% of Nigerians are behind you.
We wait to see more and read more about this coalition of hope. But I have a question from Magnus Adiele. The Nigerian reality is very complicated. When you say that the Nigerian problem is primarily a design problem, what what is that design? But I think you kind of answered that question. The question I think you should pay attention to is who is going to design it and how can it be redesigned?
So before now, I've always argued that the post-Civil War generation has a mission to redesign Nigeria. We don't have the hang-ups, neither do we have the burden of the past. We grew up attending federal government colleges across Nigeria. We rode on the trains that drove from ENUGU to Kaura Namoda. Students went to Federal Government College, Sokoto, Federal Government College, Maiduguri. People went to government colleges in different places in Nigeria. And that generation is about to turn 60. The first set of them, those born in 1960, have turned 60. They've retired. I believe that those of us born after the war, the first set was pre-war children, but the independence children have retired and they haven't done much to Nigeria. The mission of the post-Civil War, those born between 1970 and all the way down to 1980, is to redesign Nigeria, to create incentives for development, to join the coalition of hope, to restore integrity to our elections, and to think of the purpose and meaning of Nigeria so that we are all working, all our institutions are working to realize our manifest destiny as a nation.
Okay, so I have the same question from Umaru Dare Baba and from Bernard Obima. You have presented great ideas. What are your thoughts on the impact of regionalism, tribalism, and religion in our politics, especially when politicians have used these factors to get into power? And what's the way forward? Bernard Obima then takes a different spin to it to say, in the Southeast, do you agree with those who argue that we should abandon the national project and politics and concentrate on developing the states? So it's kind of related, but if you can take both of them together.
So until any region successfully instills the ideals of merit, liberty, freedom in their state and become a development organization. And I will say this, it will be controversial. Lagos State is the only state that has tried to become a development state in Nigeria. And not only did he become a development state, he built a broad elite consensus that have allowed seamless transfer of power from people you will identify as no pushovers. Fashola ended up being the Minister of Works, Housing, and Power in Nigeria. His outcomes are questionable. You can debate it, but he has left the position and he's freely walking around Nigeria, still delivering speeches and talking freely. Most people who went on to become ministers such powerful end up in EFCC. Ambode did that in Lagos, tough guy, went through the public service, and then we have now Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So you could see that there is a deliberate design to continue to offer imaginative and strong leadership in Lagos. So I want to see that region in Nigeria that has taken a development approach. Since no region has taken it, and I want to believe that our regions were heading towards crisis in 1960 to 66. I keep saying this and I hope people will hear me. In 1965, the whole of the Eastern region, 1964 election, boycotted the election. The East did not participate in the election. And the MPC still got enough seats to form government. It took Zik 5 days to call Tafawa Balewa to form a government. And part of what Tafawa Balewa promised was that there will be constitutional reforms to change the character and the structure of the state. That was why the East agreed to now do their own election in March of 1965. So Nigerian issues have never been, is this design problem? Nigerian issues have always been there. There was no time it was glorious and that there were no issues. No, our political crisis, the minorities were fighting in the Middle Belt, the thief crisis. The core states, Cross River, Gojari rivers, were fighting for independence in the East. The Midwest was agitating for independence. So I'm saying that no region has shown me that they have the capacity to think, especially monolithic region like the Southeast. So there is no way we can look upon Nigeria and say to Nigeria, we are better than you. Yeah, we are doing well in education and co, but nothing in our system have shown that we are the best region where people can live, that people will migrate from other places and say, I'm going to live in the East because it's a thriving place. The people recognize merit. They have days for recruitment of civil servants. You can see their civil service academy. You can see the academy is like the Singapore Public Service Academy. You can see the quality of people. You can see the systems that they put in place to run their area. There is digitized land tenure system. So if you get a C of O in the East, you can take it to any bank. So we need to show that there is something any region has done very well that will warrant us to keep arguing about regionalism. Now, for those who say that, yes, I'm one of those who agree that Nigerian states can actually come together at their subnational level and give Nigeria examples. So when you talk about the nation, what they call it in America, the health insurance for all, it was actually started by the state of Massachusetts.
Okay.
Before it was Massachusetts, under, I think it was Romney or before Romney, that forced everybody to have an insurance. That is what Obama cascaded as the Obamacare. So America's strength is in its 50 states laboratory. So people try things in the state. When it works, the federal government kind of takes it over and spreads it. So Nigeria have 36 states to show examples. The unfortunate thing is that each governor has struggled to bring somebody that they are bigger than so they can control the person, and each state has been going down one step after the other. But we're hoping that one or two states can rise to show that example that the nation can copy.
I have a question that should be a natural follow-on to your last comment, but let me go to a different question before I come back to that. There is an anonymous attendee that says, another trouble with Nigeria is lack of patriotism on the part of the leaders and the led. What practical ways can we use to reignite the spirit of patriotism that reminds us we are all stakeholders responsible for the smooth sailing of the ship called Nigeria?
And there's no such drug to take and become patriotic. Patriotism is not a disease that you can, or a vitamin that you can inject in people. Again, it is about our national consensus.
No, but there's some practical things, Ikobosi. For instance, set up the unity schools to solve a particular problem, right?
Yes.
To bring people together. There's some practical ideas that we can use in getting people to become more patriotic.
So that's what I'm saying. The federal government colleges then disoriented again because it now became an avenue for the elites to move their children to federal government colleges. Permanent secretaries, directors in the civil service now started having slot to bring people. After a while, that failed woefully. The National Youth Service was designed, in fact, 1970s was our greatest effort at social engineering to provide national unity and to promote patriotism. But what is happening is that so long as a state is of an extractive nature, of a distributional nature, when the people that finish going to all those things will go back to their states and argue that it is the turn of their own people to produce the chief engineer in the ministry. Every time they produce chief engineer, it has always been from the other side of the state. So it is our turn now to do it. Why are people who went to National Youth Service coming back again to still plead those things? Why didn't they settle in the state where they did youth service and rise to become permanent secretaries? Because of the distributional nature of the Nigerian state. So I'm saying that the practical steps that can be taken is to fundamentally just have that agreement on what is the purpose of Nigeria. So if our purpose is to build the greatest Black nation, to create opportunity for our best and the brightest, to create an opportunity for justice, equity, not unity and freedom and faith, to create that minimum quality, a nation where no man is oppressed, then we can then now begin to design our institutions. To know that every Nigerian will say, for the money I got from look at what I told you about University of Nigeria at 100,000. That is a huge subsidy from the Nigerian state. But the Nigerian state has never said to anybody, the cost of us training you by the allocations we pay is actually 7 million naira, but you paid only 1.2 million. Nigerian states have never shown that there is benefit to being Nigerian. Because if you go to Ahmadu Bello and graduate from there, man, you collected, even compared with Bayes University. I went to study law in Bayes. I was paying 2.5 million a year. In my time, I paid 10 million to graduate from law school, from Bayes University. Now it's 3.5 million, 4 million now in a year. And this same law is what they are doing in UNEG for 125,000. Just imagine, even if you use base as a denominator, 10 million and 1 million for 1 year. This is the subsidy Nigerians are receiving from the Nigerian state.
Mm-hmm.
But the Nigerian states haven't been able to say this to Nigerians, articulate it, that despite our weakness, we have continued to deliver some value.
Ikobosi, I'm running out of time, but I must get to this question that really puts you on the spot. And it's from Chukwuebuka Obele. He has a two-part question. The first one is, how soon can we expect Athena Center's input on the proposed tax bill? But the one that puts you on the spot is, he says, are you still interested in governing Anambra State, especially and considering that the perceived zoning favors Anambra Central, where you're from, to succeed Governor Soludo? So those are the two questions.
So the last question, Athena Center will come up with his report. I'm not the only person in Athena Center. So they're looking at it, and once we're ready, we'll make it public. We'll take our time just to be sure. We are not partisans, so we don't care what people will think. We'll just make our position known. So we will. Yes, I'm interested in ruling Anambra State. That's my answer.
But you left, your last statement said that you're leaving partisan politics. Isn't that a contradiction?
For now.
For now.
Yes. I hope that if we reform the electoral process and if we rebuild Nigeria, I will reconsider my position. But if Nigeria is as presently constituted and elections is as presently done, that you can go back and redo the beavers and you can rewrite the results, I will not bother.
I have a question here, maybe my last question, from Maureen Idozu. Do you plan to engage international development partners as part of this process? How do they account for their support to the electoral process, considering the overwhelming irregularities, controversies, and what do you think about situations of such altering results as demonstrated by INEC officials? So basically, are you going to work with international development partners, especially given seemingly poor track record of their support and the outcomes that we've seen?
Definitely, we would like to work with them, but I'm one of those who don't think much about international partners in terms of, I like them because you get the opportunity of getting 100-country experience. If you work with the World Bank, if you work with so many, they have experience from across the world, we can share knowledge. But I think that the dirty job and the lifting is a Nigerian work. Despite all their support, if we're not ready to coalesce and lift, we'll end up just having all those people who, at the end of the day, the international partners, they will leave Afghanistan, they will leave, and they will come back as do-gooders to give us aid. So I think it is our job primarily. But yes, we will enjoy their expertise and the funding if need be, but I think basically it's our work. Nigerians must come to the consensus that it is time to change course.
Exactly. Ikobosi, thank you so much for your time, and the insights and the great knowledge you've shared with us today. And to the listeners, just to say that we're coming up to my last development discourse for the year, and it's going to be in 2 weeks' time, December 18th, and it will be with Professor Peter Lewis. And it's the theme is on reinforcing the guardrails, institution building, and Africa's development. Same time in 2 weeks' time. And once again, thank you for always joining us. And I hope this has been a fruitful experience for you. Ikobosi, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And well done on the development discourse. Keep at it.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV
Well, hello to you and welcome to Inside Health on Signature Television, a health show where we have conversations around topical health issues. Well, today we're going to be talking about dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Of course, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom. Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to introduce my guest on the show today. Do stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. This is still Inside Health, and today we are talking dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Now, our guest is a dietitian. In fact, she's a dietitian in oncology department. Her name is dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu. She's an assistant director, nutrition and dietetics, UNTH Ituku-Ozala, ENUGU. Hello, dietitian Chioma. I got that right.
Yeah.
Great. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Great. You light up the room. I must give you that compliment.
Thank you.
All right. So, people are wondering, food, diet, and cancer. Some of us can't actually make the connection. However, it is something that is being done, being practiced. Dietary ways of preventing and managing cancer. Now, as a dietitian, tell me exactly where your work is important in managing a patient who has cancer.
Thank you. Before I proceed, first of all, I want to do some clarification.
Okay.
Food, like we all know, food is something edible.
Yes.
Yes, food is an edible substance which, when eaten, nourishes the body. The diet is that portion. It's that portion of food, that portion that you take, food or drink that you take on a daily basis. It is personalized to you. It could be a restrictive diet. Wherever we try to, remove one or two, ask you not to take one or two different types of nutrients in a particular food just to handle a disease condition. It could be therapeutic in nature. Being therapeutic in nature means that maybe, we are using it to cure a particular disease condition.
Yeah.
Maybe diabetes, ulcer, hypertension, and then of course cancer. So looking at the relationship between all of them, you find out that since we know that we can't do, food is something we cannot do without. And at the same time, there is no how that we can effectively manage cancer without bringing in diet. Because diet play a very, very crucial role in the management of cancer. Diet. Your diet helps you, once it is optimal diet.
1 minute. There's something I want to bring out so that we try to break down these complex issues to tiny bits that people can, take and run with. Now, you say not all food constitutes diet. Okay. You're saying diet is a personalized,
that food you eat is
that is personal to you.
That is personal.
Can you now say that there are some people who are not on diet, though they eat food, but they are not on diet?
That is what I said, that diet is that portion of food, that portion that you have, that you eat. It can be food, drink that you take, that portion that you take on daily basis.
Good.
That is personalized to you. What I mean by being personalized to you, it could be that maybe you've seen a dietitian and she placed you on a particular diet, maybe a maintenance diet. Or it could be that you have one disease condition.
There are some of us that have never been on a diet before or never seen a dietitian
and
before.
That food,
yes.
That was why I said that food you eat, the food or the drink that you take, that makes up your diet. That plate that you are watching is what makes up your diet. It is not left for us to say that it is after the assessment, looking at what you take, it's not left for us to say whether the food is good or a bad nutrition, whether it's a good nutrition or a bad nutrition that is constituted in that particular plate that you are taking. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So if you have a plate of maybe rice now, a dietitian can look at it and tell you that this is just majorly carbohydrate foods. Yeah. But if you have something like meat there, she can say, okay, that there is protein there, in as much as the rice also has protein, right? Little portion of protein. Then meat is also there, making or bringing the protein aspect of it. Then if you have vegetable by the side, then you find out that the vegetables are there, something that can supply the vitamins and minerals are also there. Depending on how you prepare it again, you understand? You can also say that there is fiber in that plate, because the vegetable has what? It has fiber. In as much as the cereals that you are taking, like rice that you are taking, also has fiber in it. But vegetable give you more of the fiber content of that food. Then you can look at it again and say, oh, it's not just white rice and vegetables that you have oil there. So the fats are there, right? Fats and oil is also there. So you find out that that aspect of the nutrient is also there. And of course, you prepare the food with water. So you can now, I'm trying to bring in the different classes of nutrients that you have carbohydrate, protein, fats and oil, vitamins and minerals and water. You find out that they are all in that plate. So we can now say that it is what you are taking is balance.
We're taught balanced diet in school.
But then I may not really say it is adequate, because what is adequate for you may not be adequate for me. It depends on your age, depends on your sex, it depends on your activity pattern. If you are a sedentary worker like we are sedentary now, we are just sitting down working, in as much as the brain is at work. You find out that what? Someone that is doing this kind of work will not be the same with someone that pushes barrow out there. The diet of that person will not be the same with those of us that are sitting here. It differs. You understand? So you see the difference there. But whereby we look at the adequate, is it adequate? When we consider all the previous points I just mentioned, you can now say, okay, this is adequate for this person. That is talking about the constituents of that plate we are looking at. And at the same time, we can now look at it again and say, okay, is there moderation in what you are taking? Which is another characteristics you look at again in the plate of food. Is there moderation in what you are taking? Moderation in the sense that, assuming you are taking that bowl of rice that you are taking, you have large quantity of rice and just add little vegetable by the side. You understand? One is not even balanced, considering the amount of vegetable or the quantity of vegetable that is there. And then we can look at it, how often you take it. You can now look at it and say, okay, there is moderation there. But whereby you don't try to bring in all these factors into play in what you're eating, you find out that you may be eating more of a particular nutrient while you are deficient, the body is deficient in some other.
Now, are they proportions, are they percentages assigned to different types of food nutrients, for example, starch, and then this proportion to protein, this proportion, before we get into how it affects oncology patients? We're talking to mothers, we're talking to women, men who cook, of course. How would you look at a plate and say, okay, maybe 50% to carbohydrate, maybe 20%? I'm just speaking hypothetically. Is there a way you can mentally get the right proportion that should it should be assigned to different nutrients?
Yeah, ideally we have different proportions that we assign to different nutrients. We have for protein, we have for carbohydrate, but it entails calculation, right? So but we try to do it in a pictorial form that even a lay person, when you look at it, you can understand it. We advocate you take more of vegetables, you more of fruits in what you are taking. Take more of vegetables, take more of fruits. Then carbohydrate, take moderate portion of carbohydrate.
All right.
Take little quantity of fats.
Okay, we'll get neck deep into that. But right now we'll have to call for our special report so that we can have an understanding, our viewer can also have an understanding of what we're talking about before we get neck deep into it. So please take a listen to our special report.
Cancer. It is a word that carries heavy significance, striking fear into the hearts of millions around the world. Over 18 million people are diagnosed with cancer annually, and despite remarkable advances in research and treatment,
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrient-powerful compounds that support immune function and protect against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. Even a brisk walk, a dance class, or yoga can have significant benefits for your health. Hydration is another essential part of cancer prevention. Drinking plenty of water helps flush toxins from the body, aids digestion, and supports the detoxification process. Opting for whole unprocessed foods, Grains, legumes, and seeds add valuable fiber to the diet, which promotes digestive health and may reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. Healthy fats also play a role in cancer prevention. Olive oil, nuts, and seeds are rich in monosaturated fats that promote heart health and fight inflammation. Additionally, turmeric, with its active ingredient curcumin, is known for its anti-inflammatory properties and has shown promise in fighting cancer cells in various studies. It's important to limit refined sugars and processed foods. Research has shown that excessive sugar consumption can fuel the growth of cancer cells, while processed foods can introduce harmful chemicals into the body. Instead, opt for nutrient-dense snacks like nuts, berries, or even a small piece of dark chocolate. These are not only satisfying but also offer health benefits. Equally crucial to our health are the ways in which we manage stress. Chronic stress has been linked to an increased risk of cancer, as it can weaken the immune system and increase inflammation. Mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help reduce stress levels, fostering a calmer, more balanced mind and body. Strong social connections and emotional well-being are vital components of overall health. Research suggests that people who maintain close relationships and engage in positive social interactions are better equipped to manage stress and improve their resilience against illness. This connection with others can also provide essential emotional support, which is crucial for individuals managing cancer. Sleep, often overlooked, is another cornerstone of cancer prevention. During sleep, the body repairs itself, regenerates cells, and strengthens the immune system. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase the risk of cancer by disrupting hormone levels, impairing immune function, and raising stress. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to help maintain your body's natural defenses. Incorporating these lifestyle changes doesn't require drastic measures or extreme diets. It's about making small, sustainable choices every day. By focusing on whole plant-based foods, regular physical activity, stress management, and adequate sleep, you can create a foundation of health that can reduce your cancer risk and improve your quality of life. Whether you're looking to prevent cancer or supporting the healing process after a diagnosis. Cancer prevention and management is not just about one specific action, but rather about a holistic approach, a lifestyle that nurtures the body, mind, and the spirit. Every positive choice you make, from the food on your plate to the way you care for yourself, plays a role in fostering a healthier, stronger life. And while we cannot always control every factor, we have the power to choose how we respond, how we live, and ultimately, how we thrive. A healthier tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. Choose wisely.
Welcome back. Don't forget, we're still discussing dietary and lifestyle changes for the prevention and management of cancer. And dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu is still in the studio doing justice to this topic. So tell us, let us create a hypothetical scenario where a cancer patient is referred to you. Tell us what is the protocol like? What do you assess and how do you begin to help this patient?
Okay. Thank you. When a cancer patient is referred to us, first of all, he or she comes to the referrer. And with the referrer, you'll be able to assess the folder. Look at the patient's folder, look at the family history, the social history, the drug history, all this history, then you ask your questions. For us dietitians, we also check, we use the NCP, Nutrition Care Plan.
Nutrition Care Plan.
Yeah. So we try to look at, first of all, you get a physical assessment of the patient. You take the anthropometric measurements of the patient, you can take weight and height measurement, get a BMI of the patient. You can take a waist-hip ratio of the patient. Then you can check, the the biochemical assessments done so far. You can check the PSA level of the patient.
You know, you're speaking medicinese.
Oh.
So you might have to break it down by chemical analysis. So break it down so that you can understand.
Biochemical analysis or assessment of the patient. That's, you look at the lab results.
Good.
Check the lab results of the patient. So when you check the lab results, you know you are checking the blood volume of the patient, because one of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet to assist. Okay, so you check the blood test, let me say in such a way that the blood test of the patient. You also check, you can check the serum electrolyte, urea creatinine level of the patient. You check for tumor markers. You check, after checking all the necessary biochemical assessments so far. Then you engage the patient, you do your dietary assessment. Dietary assessment, you can use 24-hour dietary recall. Ask the person questions. The patient should be able to recall what he or she ate in the past 24 hours. At times you do 48-hour dietary recall. But at times, the patient might not really be able to recall, depending on the treatment. If the patient is having chemo brain, when they have chemo brain, they find it very difficult to, to recall certain things, confusion, they forget, and all that. So, at times, you need the caregiver around, more especially the caregiver that is staying with the patient, the one that is taking care of the patient, so that you can also ask him or her questions. When you ask him or her questions, the person will tell you, he or she ate so, this and that, and then you'll be noting down. You note down with the quantities. You know down the quantities, then you calculate at the end of the day. But 24-hour dietary recall might not be enough to give you what you are looking for. It might give you the immediate intake of the patient at that point in time. So what you will do, you also take, you can take the diet history. Now you want to look at the feeding pattern of the patient over a protracted period of time. You also want to look at the dietary habits of the patient. It's when you look at all these things, you find out what...
It seems as though there's a long, follow-up.
No, even when you are doing the assessment.
Okay.
So you are asking those questions. You may ask him or her, how often do you take maybe rice or beans or yam? The patient will tell you, I take it maybe once a day or twice a day or 3 times in a week. And as you are doing the assessment, you also ask the beverage intake, alcohol intake of the patient. Ask about everything that the patient takes in. So when you take this in, we have a way of calculating them. It's when you calculate, you'll now be able to arrive at a particular kilocalorie. You cannot say that this patient takes maybe 2,000 kilocalorie per day, or 2,500, or 3,000, or 3,500, at times 4,000, or 1,000 kilocalorie, at times 1,500, depending. And based on the assessment, you now have your diagnosis. From your diagnosis, you can now come into, you intervene, you do dietary intervention. You now come in and say, okay, this patient will be on maybe low-fat diet, high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet, depending on the assessment. But in as much as you are paying attention to maybe the low-fat diet, or the high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet that you are placing the patient on, you're also looking at the nitty-gritties. There are some, some foods like, in cancer management, when you are managing the patient, assuming it's a breast cancer, you know that from research, it has been discovered or found out that alcohol is traceable to breast cancer, amidst other things, right? Also, dietary intake. You may find out that the person takes foods that contain maybe little dietary fiber, or maybe devoid of dietary fiber. You understand? So you can come in and tell the patient why counseling. Now that's a dietary intervention. Why counseling the patient? You can, increase the dietary intake. You also, while taking the history, you also take into cognizance the dietary, the likes and the dislikes of the patient. But while taking the likes and the dislikes of the patient, you also find out the likes of the patient. At times, you find out that some people just don't like taking a particular food for no reason. If there's no reason for the patient not to take that food, and you know that he or she needs that particular diet at that point in time, or that particular food at that point in time, you go ahead and you encourage the patient to take it and see if there will be any reaction. For example, some people will tell you that they don't like taking watermelon. No reason. You ask them why. It is good though. It's rich in beta carotene. It's a diuretic. It's rich in the water content. Some will tell you we don't like taking cucumber. Why? They tell you that the crunchy nature of what they take, when they are taking it, to be as if they are taking foam. You understand?
Interesting.
So what you now do as a dietitian is your work, because you know that at that point in time that the patient needs that. You can now say, okay, can we do it this way? Can we blend it? What if we blend it? Can you be able to take it? Say, blend it. If you now blend, the caregiver may blend, and then you give the patient. And the patient takes it. It's still the same food that he or she says that he doesn't like taking, right?
We're discussing prevention and management, but let's go back to prevention a little bit. Tell us, what are carcinogenic food? Because you hear that all the time. Oh, don't take this, it's carcinogenic. Oh, don't take that. So what exactly are carcinogenic food? And tell us, so that when we go to the market the next time we know what we're buying and what we're living.
Foods, the foods that are the foods that have the ability, to predispose one to cancer. That's carcinogenic in nature. The foods that are carcinogenic, they have this have the ability to predispose one to cancer. But then, first of all, we look at fried foods. Fried foods. Because from research, so many foods are linked to that. High fat intake. High fat intake. When you fry foods, depending on the type of oil you are using, because we have oil that are heart friendly, we have oil that are also not heart friendly at the same time.
You're going to give us examples.
Yeah,
so
I'll give
that's
examples.
good.
Yeah. So when you look at it, we have saturated, we have unsaturated fat. The saturated ones are the ones like, let me describe it.
The types that you go to the market to buy on a very cold day and they're all congealed.
Exactly. If you're sleeping, that type of oil that sleeps when you're sleeping.
Run from it, yeah.
When you're feeling cold, that's oil feels cold. Run from it. These are the saturated ones. But the unsaturated ones, they are liquid or fluid in nature. Even at times when you even put them in the fridge, you find out that it doesn't congeal, right? So you can go for, should I mention? Because
yes, please. Don't mention the brand, but just sunflower oil, vegetable oil, groundnut oil.
Soy base now. Let me use soy base. Let me not call a particular brand. Soy base oil. They contain polyunsaturated fat. Olive oil has monounsaturated fat. They are heart friendly. They are good. But any other type of oil, because these ones I may be calling brand. Any type of oil that
don't call the brand.
Once you sleep,
it sleeps with you.
Yes, so you run away from those type of oil. And then another thing about oil is this: when you fry.
So you're saying oil is carcinogenic, or the food that is fried with the oil becomes carcinogenic?
It's the process now. Okay. The process. Now, when you now fry the food, you denature the bond of the oil. I'm talking about how it gets to that being carcinogenic. You denature the bond. Once you denature the bond, you still refry again. You see where they are frying akara, or even buns. They keep using the oil. You fry it, you refry, converting it from the cis form to trans form, which is harmful to the heart. And at the same time, it's harmful to the heart. It affects the arteries. It can deposit in the arteries and the veins once it deposits there. So the tendency of doing what? Leading to a particular disease condition is already there. Okay, that is for fat. Then you also look at foods like the fruits now, the vegetables.
What about processed food?
I'm coming. Okay. We look at the vegetables and the fruits that we take. Are they carcinogenic? They are not. But can they also be carcinogenic? They can.
In what ways?
Yeah, depending on the condition we meet them in the market. If you go to market now, you see what is happening. They first ripe the fruits. You look at what is it called? You look at banana. Look at the banana. They add chemicals to first ripe the banana. Same thing applies to what the citrus. That's the oranges you see in the market.
They fast track the ripening process.
And these are the process. Yeah, sorry. These are the chemicals that are not supposed to find their way into food. So these are the cancer forming. That's cancer things that have the ability to do what? To predispose one to cancer if one continues taking them.
No, there's a practice that has been making the rounds, of course, on social media. I don't know how much of research that has gone into it. Aluminum foil. People keep saying run away from aluminum foil, that each time you use it and it passes through fire, it deposits some aluminum inside what you're eating. Tell us about that. Is it true, or it's just an old wife tale?
It's still let me say, it's still speculations that are going around, you know. But I know that people emphasize more on nylon, use of white nylon, because of the volatile chemicals that are used in process and producing them.
All sorts of nylon?
White nylons.
Okay.
And other nylons, if once you cook with them, that the tendency to do what for those volatile materials that are used in producing them to infiltrate into the food is there. So for us to be safe, there's no harm in trying to do what? In trying to play safe. You can always go back to the olden days where they do it. They use plantain leaves. They use all different leaves. You find out that the leaves, they also impart the phytonutrients in those foods, in the food, instead of going for the ones that are, chemically, that has chemicals in them. But you go for the natural ones, you know, that will impart something good, also more nutrients to the food. So that is what we are advocating anyway. But the aluminium one, I haven't seen, but research is still going on. You understand?
Yeah.
So, but that of nylon, we are asking people to do what? You can cut down and abstain from using those ones. Use the leaves themselves.
Now, what about? I'm trying to remember the name. These packs that are being used to sell food, roadside food.
Okay. The plastic ones.
Stylophone or stylo something.
That they use.
Yeah.
The packaged
There's
foods.
also this word that it's also carcinogenic.
Yes,
and it's the same process.
Yes.
Wow.
And of course, you find out that there was a time now that came online to talk about it, that people should stop using it. Well, you find out that our people, I don't know, maybe because we want to make profits or maybe go for things that are cheaper, you still see them using it, right? The plastic phone.
Sure.
Still see them using it. So, but if people can abstain, and then let us rechannel to something that is more healthier.
Yes.
You find out that what we will be able to run away from some of these degenerative diseases, like this cancer that is eating deep. And then coming to the processed foods, you asked that time. You asked about processed food. Processed foods, the ultra or highly processed foods, they use them, we have them in the markets, right? And they add chemicals to them. They add preservatives to them. The preservatives they add to them to prolong their shelf life is what is our problem, our bone of contention, right? The preservatives. Nobody is there to monitor. Nobody is there to check the quantity, whether they are sticking to the grass level. Nobody is there to check the stipulated level they should have to be. Nobody checks it, right? So you find out that they add it, more especially you have the preservatives they add to them are the ones that have been from history, from research. They can predispose one to this cancer. But we encourage people to go for something natural. Go for natural foods.
All right. Do you also recommend supplements? So tell us about supplements and how.
At certain point in time, because we are talking about cancer management, right?
Yes.
At certain point in time, there are you find out that they take certain supplements. They can take supplement, but at the same time, there are some they cannot take, like folic acid.
Cancer patients are not to take folic acid?
They are not to take folic acid. Right? But they can take folate. There are times I was teaching.
What's the difference between folate and folic acid?
Folate is in food. Folic acid is in synthetic form.
Oh.
You understand? So this one is in synthetic form, and it can help in proliferation of the cancer cells. Unless there is a research that comes on board to tell us that it's no longer proliferating it, right? Okay, but the folate one is in food. You see them you have it in okra, you have it in vegetables. So you can't say stop eating okra, stop eating, but it's in natural form. The bioavailability is high. The body has a way of converting them and making proper use of it, unlike when you use the synthetic ones.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's talk about, because a while ago, you mentioned something while the special report was ruling, something about turmeric.
Okay.
Let's talk about our natural spices and, and vegetables. With turmeric as a, case in point. Tell me about turmeric.
Okay. I'll use turmeric, and then turmeric is a herb. At the same time, is a spice. So it's one of the spices that have been isolated. We find out that it has a ability to curtail the cancer cells. It can induce the apoptosis, that's the death of the cancer cells. Turmeric. But
is turmeric that selective?
Yeah, it's an anti-inflammatory.
Because the idea we have of cancer is that it's eluding medical treatment because most of the drugs are not able to select the cancer cells. As such, it kills both cancer cells and the normal body cells.
Yeah, more especially when the patient is undergoing chemo. Chemo targets both the normal cells and of course.
Okay, so, but I apologize. I know that you want to run. We need to call for what we call a vox pop, where we find out what the people know so far. You say you're a teacher. Okay. You get to find out what your students know before you know how to go about teaching them. Okay. So let's get to the streets and then find out what people know about dietary and lifestyle changes towards cancer prevention and management. Listen to this.
Cancer is very dangerous, because most of the ones I've heard about, it has taken the lives of so many people if care is not taken. I've heard about the bone marrow cancer, cancer of the breast, and different other cancers. Actually, it leads to an increasement in that part where it is. Yes, smoking and taking alcohol too much, that is excessive smoking. I think drawing of tattoos and using chemicals in your body, including this eating okpa that has nylon. Due to the heat, chemicals from the nylon will go into the okpa, and when you take it in, it keeps on growing like that because the chemicals will make your cells weak and dead. I think staying a healthy lifestyle, having a healthy lifestyle, such as staying away from alcohol and smoking, eating good food, that's balanced diet, and then fruits, enough fruits, and then also exercising. I think with this, you're going to live a healthy life.
To avoid cancer, people should try and avoid eating foods that has been refrigerated for long, and eat healthy food like vegetables, and also avoid eating food which has gone through lots of preservation processes like canned meat and so on. Civilization has brought us this pain because if you look through the ages, you will notice that the lifespan of humans have been reducing due to our intakes. Nowadays we take canned meat, we take food that has been refrigerated for a long period of time, and it has really affected us in our aging. Now, according to science, you can see that a human can live over 40 to 45 years. But those days, you can note that people are living over 100, 150, and even most of the times 200 years. But now, it has reduced drastically. So, to my understanding, civilization has really affected us.
Cancer is one of the commonest diseases, deadly diseases, which we have in our country right now. Yes, which kills people like randomly. Yes, obviously, civilization is the reason why we undergo different diseases, most especially cancer. Because due to civilization, due to this our modern world, they bring out a lot of stuffs that they put a lot of stuff in can, and can is also a major cause of cancer. Even now that they bring out all this vaping, boys call it vapor, they vape, something like vaping. It causes cancer in the lungs. To prevent this cancer we talk about, there is something called public enlightenment. Our government should bring out an association or organization that will talk more on this, and the way at which they package our food, our edibles, should be reduced. Yes, should be reduced, because those things in which they use in packaging our edibles also causes cancer to the body.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to view what the people had to say on the streets, we are talking about turmeric, and dietitian Choma Nwachukwu is still here in the studio. So tell us about turmeric. You could listen. You heard the young man talk about lifespan. Before now, we had longer lifespans, but these days with instant this, fast that, the lifespan rather has actually come down. But we noticed that in those days, our forefathers were a lot into vegetables. They were a lot into herbs and things like that. So we're talking about turmeric before we went over to listen to the Vox Pop. So tell us about turmeric.
Okay, so turmeric, like we were saying before, turmeric is a spice. At the same time, is a herb. So turmeric has the ability, because of the active ingredient it contains. It has curcuminoid compound. The curcuminoid compound is the active ingredient, the most potent ingredient that turmeric has. So, but then the body doesn't just utilize it. It needs something that will help the body. Assuming, for example, let me say, assuming 100 grams of turmeric powder, assuming it has 70 or 70% of curcuminoid compounds in it, when you take it, the body will not extract, won't be able to extract up to that 60% content. You understand? Because the bioavailability is low. Okay. But you need something that will help. What bioavailability That's is? Being available. The ability
removed from the body easily, yeah?
Ability for the body to extract that active ingredient and utilize it is very low.
It's very low.
So you need to add something. Okay. So that's why turmeric, we always tell people, you don't just take turmeric, maybe you are treating cancer or managing cancer, you are just taking turmeric. It doesn't just work. That curcuminol compound requires something that will help it to be extracted. Something like a black pepper. Black pepper has pepperine in it. So black pepper will help to do what? To extract that.
So how do you combine the two?
You combine it, you work in ratios. You can work in ratios. You combine, add to your tolerance, but working in ratio is good. So what you do, you combine the two. More of turmeric anyway.
In cooking? Then, you're talking about cooking?
In cooking. Well, if, you cook it, you use it in cooking. But most times what I do, I recommend for patients, or apart from cancer patient, any other patient or any other person, you mustn't be a patient anyway, any other person that is taking it, you can take it in warm water. Add it in warm water.
As tea?
You can use it to take tea.
But can you add black pepper?
Yes.
In
it's
your
the
tea?
two. You mix the two. You mix the turmeric and the black pepper. And wherever you don't want to add black pepper to it, for still the curcuminol compound to be extracted, you can add little oil to it.
What kind of oil?
You can add vegetable oil to it. Add olive oil. Add the one that is heart-friendly, not the ones you mentioned earlier. Add a heart-friendly oil to it. Add a little to it, and then take. The body will be able to do what? To extract it. Most of the minerals and the vitamins it contains, they are fat-soluble vitamins. So they need fat for the body to utilize them. In the absence of fat, the body may not really utilize them well. So in that 60%, the body might just take like 20%. So you've lost up to 40. You understand? So that is what. Then looking at that is not the only herb.
I was going to ask you what other herbs can help.
So that's not the only one. You also have ginger. Ginger raw 6.
Is there a particular way that it should be used to get optimal results?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you know that ginger can be very repulsive when you eat it in a certain way. So
you can take it in powdered form.
Okay.
You can take it in powdered form. We've actually done research on that. The difference is not much, just the moisture content. Okay. So some people say, is it not processed? It is not processed. Even if it is processed, the nutrients are there. It is concentrated. You understand? It is not like the ones that are processed and then with added preservatives. The one the dietitians advocate, the one we produce, like I produce, the one we produce, you do not do it. You don't add any preservative. We don't advocate adding preservatives in what we produce. But what we do, we tell you the shelf life. You can use it for a period of 6 months or a period of 1 year, anything outside that. But once you add preservatives, you find out that you see it in the shelf there lasting for 4 or 5 years. It's still there. Then you now ask yourself question, that the active ingredient, are they really active? You understand? Are they really active? But like if we can go back to nature, in the olden days, our forefathers, they were into nature. They were taking the vegetables, they were taking the fruits, more of vegetables, more of fruits. They exercise a lot. Somebody might have a farm that is, I don't know even the kilometer. But now you find out that because of the sedentary lifestyle, effects of civilization and secularization, you find out that you sit down and you're pressing your phone. You may be pressing your phone. You don't know that you've already consumed 4 hours while pressing your phone. You are sedentary. You are not, it's not even so. You are not active. Your phone becomes your companion. You become antisocial. But you are socializing with your phone. So you find out that what the activity pattern is reduced. Because we are trying to look at those things that revolves around cancer. Because you know that obesity is one of the major leading factors.
Let's talk about obesity a little bit and then alcohol. Okay,
fine. So obesity is one of the major, obesity, overweight is the major risk factors. In as much as we have other risk factors, age, sex, exposure to environmental exposures, your diet. Obesity talks about, your intake and then the outputs. You try to look at your body mass index, your height, relationship between your height and your weight, the fat accumulation. When you take your height, you find out that our health-seeking behavior is very poor. People don't bother going to check. Let me even check my BMI. Most people don't even know what is BMI,
how can someone
right?
check what? Of course, they don't even know what it means. So how would they now? So how would you suggest they go and check? Where or how, can they do it by themselves?
No, you can do it. You can do it.
Could you walk us through it?
Okay, what you do, if you have the measuring scale, at least the bedroom scale.
Okay.
Or if you have the bedroom scale, you can mount it and check. The reading is there. You can read it. Then if you have a calibrated, you can use non-stretcher or these non-stretchable tapes, right? You can use it. You calibrate it, just place it on the wall. You can check your height. It's in kg per meter square. That's your weight in kg. Then the height in what? In meters. It may be in cm. You convert
the conversion.
Yeah. So what you do, you multiply your weight over your what? Your height in meters squared. So once you multiply, you do what? You get your BMI. Let's see that between 20 to 25, you are within your normals. But if you are from 25 up, you are overweight. Then from 30 up,
obesity. Do you have any success stories, maybe of a patient who was in a particular stage of cancer progression, but with diets and medication?
Ah, yes.
Please, can you tell us about
this? Yes. I once had a patient, the PSA then, the post-trade specific antigen. It was actually high. So the patient was on particular drugs, Avodat and some other drugs, So the patient was on that drug for like a month. Then after that, I said, okay, can we just try diet? Let's try diet and see how it works. Because one thing about diet, all the different types of cancers, they target the diet. You have diet that target different types of cancers. So, but what we are talking about the general things that you can do, to abstain or to manage, right? But when it comes to one-on-one, discussion or one-on-one counseling, and depending on the type of cancer, because that one now is tending towards post-treat, right?
Yeah.
So what we do, what we did then, I said, okay, it was actually from that patient that, it was the patient that told me that he doesn't like taking watermelon. That if he tastes, it would be as if he's chewing buff. It does him somehow.
All right.
And I said, okay, since you don't like taking it. Because as at that point in time, what came to my mind, in as much as we are trying to increase the protein intake, we increase the protein intake, restrict all sources of free radicals. The body produces free radicals that causes oxidative stress. Oxidative stress are the ones that causes problem in the body that can damage the cells. And once the cells are damaged, we start talking about different diseases, more especially this cancer coming up. Cancer has stages: initiation, promotion stage, then progression stage. It has different stages, right? But at the same time, now, I now said, okay, fine. I said, we can restrict all the pollutions being exposed to different carbon monoxide, CO2. You get carbon monoxide from my pass you. I pass my neighbor Jen now.
It's something that you can't control. However, we'll get back to that on how you can control that. I don't see how you can control it, but we'll get back to that. We're going to show special tips, health tips, for you to learn a thing or two for, towards a very healthy well-being and lifestyle. Watch this. Thanks for still staying with us. Now, dietitian Choma Mwachuku, we're having a conversation and we said, I said there was no way you could control carbon monoxide. However, I need you to let us know how exactly, just one tip on how we can control our consumption of carbon monoxide. Then you wrap up this edition because we have come to the end of our show and time is not our friend right now. So tell us, how can you control carbon monoxide intake?
Okay, we are talking about getting it from emissions, like gensets. In your house, you can cover all the windows. There are some people, once the gen is on, even the door is on, the windows are on. Are open. Yeah, the door is open, the windows are open. So, but if you close all the windows, close the doors, we know that it might filter in, but in a reduced quantity. Unlike once you leave it on. I used to tell my neighbor then, you just leave everything on, everything open. And it's filtering in. You see it as a normal air, it mixes with the air, and you are inhaling it. You understand? But if you do that, you can. And at the same time, if you go to market, for those of them that have been exposed or maybe received one lecture or the other, you see they have pipe, they channel it. Well, for someone that doesn't have anything, you don't know anything about it, you just on it and it's circulating everywhere, and everybody is inhaling it. That's it. Can I just say something about the alcohol?
Please.
Okay, so
use it as your parting shot.
Okay,
quickly,
so
2 minutes.
Alcohol has been linked to breast cancer, colon cancer, and it is very important that we do what we cut down. If we can restrict, fine. We can restrict alcohol intake. Restrict it entirely if you're a cancer patient is very, very important, because alcohol displaces the B vitamins. You understand? It displaces it in the body. Once it is displaced, the B vitamins, they ensure that the nerves are functioning well. Some of them ensure that energy metabolism is going on well in the body. Some of them also ensures that the proteins, the production of red blood cells ongoing. And then immune system too. Some built immune system. So whereby you find out that what anything that interferes, because once you take alcohol, it gives you the impression that you are okay. You are high. It solves the problem. False impression at that point in time. Exactly. So what happens is that you find out that you are frequenting the toilet or convenience. You are going there, you urinate, you come back. You think it's ordinary water that is leaving the body. No, it's not ordinary water. It's the nutrients that are just leaving the body. At the time, before you know it, you are done with one problem or the other. And at the same time, it's good we increase our fiber intake. Fiber helps a lot in control the colorectal cancer.
The truth of the matter is that you're coming back on this show for a part 2. I see that you're filled with so much to give, and we're going to give you that opportunity to let it all out. Thank you so much, dietitian Choma Wachuku. Thank you for lighting up our studio and our program today. All right, that's the much you can take on Inside Health today. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm still your host, Chigichi Agoram. See you same station, same time next week.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agoram, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to the Teen Should Know, the show where we listen, learn and grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. And my name is Ifoma the Prof Mwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. So today I will be talking about a very interesting topic, and I have amazing girls in the studio with me today to talk about this interesting topic. But before I introduce the topic of the day to us, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll talk about the topic and we'll meet our guests at the same time. Stay tuned.
let's make it funnest.
All right, welcome back. So today we are talking about a season every teenager looks forward to, life after secondary school. You know, that excitement of I'm out of school and all of that. The moment when you step out of the school system and suddenly realize, wow, this is real life now. So for many teenagers, it feels like freedom. For others, it feels confusing. And for most, it's a mixed feeling, mix of both. So this stage is really about finding yourself, building confidence, and understanding your strength outside the structure you've always known. And I'm not having this conversation alone. I have two amazing young ladies here with me. They are going to share what this transition has been like for them, the excitement, the pressure, the lessons, and how they are navigating a new level of independence. So on the show today, I have pretty young ladies, like I said, that just left secondary school. I have Precious and I have Jessica, and both of them will be sharing their experiences with us. And when I asked them to tell me about themselves, Precious said she's interested in cybersecurity.
Yes.
And Jessica said she's open to learning new things. So today, we're going to have this very interesting discussion, and I know you are ready to be a voice of representing other teenagers. Okay, so we'll go right straight into this discussion. Both of them are just fresh graduates of high school, which we call the secondary school in Niger language.
Yes.
Is it a global name? Or
It's
is
not
it
a
just
global name.
It's
People
not.
outside Nigeria, it is high school.
It's
High
school. So
yes.
it's in Nigeria we call it
Secondary school.
Okay, beautiful. So both of you are going to tell me what feels like leaving secondary school. Was it excitement? Was it confusing? Was it like oh, independence, freedom? So what was it like for you?
Okay, at first, I felt excited, but then after a while, it felt so overwhelming and strange, and I was scared because outside school, when I was going to school, you already have a routine. You wake up early, you dress up, and then go to school. In school, you already have timetable. You are supposed to have maths now, have English, but then I was now on my own. My siblings would leave me and go to school. I felt so lonely and scared, actually. Yes.
Scared?
So
Scared
yes.
of what exactly?
I did not know what I was doing outside secondary school. Yes, I was lost.
I hope you're finding yourself.
I have.
So Jessica, what was it like for you?
There was a bit of fear.
Why is everybody afraid?
There was a bit of fear because there was no freedom at all. To be sincere, there was no freedom because I come from a military home.
Oh, really?
So there was no freedom. But a little bit of happiness also because like going to school, coming back inside hot sun. Like it was a bit of relief. Yes, but the fear part was where I was left alone at home because that time I wanted to learn a skill, but I've not started. So I was left alone at home. I was only me. My mom would go to shop. Sometimes I'll follow her to shop, but most times I was at home pressing my phone, and at a point my phone now spoiled. So that's
Pro Max. So now, both of you said something about the normal routine of the secondary school, like you wake up early, you dress up, you know that, okay, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. you're in school, you just like everything is already on a timetable.
Yes.
So, but now that you're out of that system, so how have you been able to manage time?
Okay, at first it was very difficult because I might say today I'll do something. Let's say by 3, I'll be like, I will read. Once that 3 o'clock reaches and I'm with phone, I'll say wait first, 3:30. Before you know it, tomorrow. Before you know it, the next day. So I now found out that I I do better with physical timetable. So I created a timetable for both reading and the activities that I'll carry out daily. So it was, well, it's going well.
It's going well.
It's going well.
Okay, so
Better than I expected. Yes, I created my personal routine, so it's better.
That's beautiful. So, Jessica, is there something you discovered about yourself now that you never knew while you were in secondary school? Because you have all the time, maybe to do some personal things. So, are there strengths, weaknesses that you discovered about yourself?
Of course, definitely. I discovered many things, but the one I am personally surprised at is tech.
Tech.
Okay. Like, I didn't know that I'll one day be interested in pressing computer, getting to know things that are happening in computer. I have brothers that are into tech, but my mind was not there. I wasn't at all. But now there was no time, and that period I told you that my phone spoiled. I only had my brother's laptop to do it. So after watching all the movies, you definitely get tired of watching movies. So I started going to where I was not supposed to go to, finding out more things of because my brother is into coding. So finding out more things he does about coding and learning a little bit of it. So tech, yeah, I would say tech.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. So now that leads us to the question of finding purpose. Because after secondary school, out of the four walls of the classroom. So, Precious, I'm going to direct this question to you. Do you think, or do you believe that purpose is something you find immediately, or is this something that grows over time?
It definitely grows over time. You cannot wake up one morning and be like, I have discovered who I am entirely. It's a journey. It's not something you discover once. Yes, it takes time because it's a gradual process to get into that particular destination. And finding your purpose is not about getting to that particular destination, but I feel like the journey is just as important as the destination. Yes, finding yourself, the whole process, the type of people you will meet, the type of experiences you will have before getting to that place you want to be.
So
yes,
you believe it's a process?
Process.
Okay. So let's ask the big question. After secondary school, what is the next thing? Is it pursuing money, career, freedom, independence, and all of that? So, Jessica, let me start with you. So, after secondary school, what is the next?
So, for me personally, after secondary school, I feel furthering my education is the next. Because I have a big dream of becoming a doctor.
Wow.
A urologist, to be precise. Yes. People find it weird, but I'm okay with it. So, furthering my education will be the next step. And also learning a skill. As I said, tech. So, yeah.
Okay. Precious, what is it for you?
For me, I feel like everything should come at once, but you should know how you manage your time for all of them. Furthering your education is just as important as earning money at that particular point in time, because in the university, if you actually decide to further your education, in the university you will need a way to sustain yourself, and then you cannot do that without learning a skill. For me, I can say that from 7 years I started learning different skills. Wow. If I should mention all of them, from 7 years I started making I learned it from my aunt when we were still in Abuja. But then when we now moved here, I started discovering different things. When I was in just 3, class projects like crocheting and knitting, I learned that one too, and I'm very good at it. And I also bake. I make small chops. You see, fascinator. I make all those things, and even those feather hand fans. Anyone you see my mom meet, I made all of them. So I feel like having all these skills will really help you in the university, because for me, from what I've been seeing online, life in university is tough.
It's hard.
It's hard. Jesus. It's hard. If you don't know how to manage your time, you will get distracted by the wrong things. So
very frustrated.
I feel like all of them are just as important. Just know how you manage your time around all of them.
Around all of them. Now I'm talking about what the university life, the campus life is like. So let's look at now that you're out of secondary school and you want to get into the campus. There are distractions and there are pressures.
Yes.
So how do you intend to manage this pressure of trying to blend in, while you're in secondary school, there are restrictions even to your fashion, the gadgets you have access to, and so many other things. So now that you're out, somehow you're like, it's not those days I was in secondary school that there are so many restrictions. So how do you manage the pressure of trying to blend in and fit into some of these areas I've mentioned now, Jessica?
Okay, in fashion sense, in the sense of fashion, I would say I'm mostly called a tomboy. But
why?
From my dressing. From the way I speak, from, I would say, the environment I stayed in. I'm an only girl of 4 boys.
Oh, wow.
So it's expected for some people.
So you are like...
Very much. So I'm an only girl of 4 boys. My dad is still a soldier.
Oh.
So the dressing is...
Is follow come.
Follow come, it dey blood, that kind of thing. So for my fashion sense, there have been pressure whereby sometimes I will wear my sister's clothes, my cousin's sister, because people say that you're dressing like a boy, so you're not supposed to dress like a boy, you're a woman, will you not marry one day? But then my mom talked to me one day. I was like, Amarachi, do what you want to do. Don't listen to what others are saying. She told me that if you listen to what others are saying, you will not be where you are today. You will not be in a place where other leaders are.
And where you want to be.
Exactly. So I grabbed her advice, and then till now I've been happy with myself. Do what makes you happy anywhere you are. Pressure, don't allow no pressure.
So nobody should bend you into what you don't
exactly.
want.
Don't be bent. Be
yourself. So long
yourself.
as you're not offending anybody.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Now let's look at you mentioned your environment, but this pressure now, do you think the social media is adding to this pressure of a teenager who just left secondary school wanting to behave in a particular way? Maybe trying to get some gadgets, fashion, the trending things. Do you think social media has done more harm or good? I will leave it open. Any of you can answer.
Okay, for me, yes, social media has like a very big influence on our choices and thoughts, and you can see a small child right now, and the child is already using the latest iPhone now, which is I think the iPhone 17.
iPhone 17, yes.
And I'm like, people are already like, do you know how much that phone costs? Plot of land.
2 plots.
2 plots in your hand like this. So social media makes people feel like without this thing, you are missing out. You are not yet ready. Yes, you are not yet ready to enter the real life. But then for me, if you know what you want, if you know what you're comfortable with, if you know what you like, you can keep true to yourself. Don't keep on following the trend, because one day the trend will outrun you.
Of course.
Just keep true to yourself, and then you will still have that timeless look, that timeless feeling, and people will actually admire you because they know you're not following every single trend that comes up. You are keeping true to yourself. You're being yourself.
Beautiful. I know that viewers at home and teenagers that are watching, they are also learning from my beautiful young ladies, intelligent and brilliant young ladies. So you teenagers at home, I think by now you should know that leaving the secondary school doesn't change who you are. You should be yourself, be confident, be bold. Don't even allow the social media and the trends happening here and there make you lose your values. So we'll go on a short break now. When we return, we continue this wonderful conversation. Stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we've been having a real and honest conversation about life after secondary school. And I have two amazing teen girls on the show today talking about what life after secondary school has been for them and what they are looking at for the future, because both of them said education is very important and learning a skill is also important. So while you're waiting for the bigger picture, while you're waiting for the campus life, you don't need to waste. You need to get yourself busy with something. So we are going to talk about something before we close this segment of the show. And I want to ask us, I know a teenager is watching and the person is listening at the same time. And I want to say, what can a teenager do to keep growing and keep improving themselves even after secondary school? Let's say maybe the person have not written JAM, or maybe wrote JAM and didn't scale through. So in that gap between leaving secondary school and getting into the university, what can a teenager do to improve and grow?
Okay, as I said before, learning a skill. I feel if a teenager is learning a skill, that time to do things that are not important will not be there. Because as it will be normal as when you wake up in the morning, you go to school. This one, when you wake up in the morning, you go to shop, or anywhere you're learning your skill. So teenagers out there, I think learning a skill will help you divert from
the distractions.
Exactly, distraction.
Okay.
Thank you.
How can a teenager stay responsible and disciplined now that they have more freedom? You know, leaving secondary school comes with a little freedom.
Yes.
So how can you stay disciplined?
Okay. For me, I feel like the number one way is to get an accountability partner. Because you need someone to keep you on the right track. You might tend to fall off the track, but you need someone to push you back on and keep you on that right track. And then, to be disciplined, yes, you need to have probably a journal to track your progress. Yes, so those two things, I feel like they are the main ones. Yes.
Jessica, how do you think a teenager should stay responsible and disciplined?
Okay, I don't feel leaving secondary school will make you not to be disciplined. I feel discipline is, if you're true to yourself, you'll be disciplined. It doesn't come from leaving secondary school or when you're in secondary school. Discipline comes from home training. From my side though, it comes from home training. Because if you're in secondary school and you're not disciplined, you're not responsible, when you leave, it can't change. Except you have someone like a mentor after secondary school that coaches you. So discipline, how I think a teenager can maintain discipline is to have someone to talk to. Because even if you don't have anyone in secondary school, now that you're out, look for someone to talk to, that you can explain your problems to, and the person will give you positive feedback.
So generally, what advice would you give to teenagers? Because what you said boils down on self-awareness and building confidence also, and going through mentorship and getting accountability partners. So how can, what would you advise a teenager? How would they build their self-awareness, know their strengths, their weaknesses? Because when you're getting a mentor, you should be able to be open to the person and say, okay, this is where I'm battling, this is what I'm struggling with. So what would be your advice?
Okay, first, there's some people that lie to themselves. Stop lying to yourself. You have a problem here. Agree you have a problem here. You might see somebody, person is doing the wrong thing. You are telling person be like, no, I know what I'm doing. Please be true to yourself. You need to know your strengths, your weakness. You can get that journal stuff is actually very helpful and important. You can get a journal where you can journal weekly. Ask yourself, what stressed me out this week? What did I run away from because I could not do it? There are some people that will never agree they are not good at something. Everybody wants to be good at everything. It is not possible.
We are not looking for perfection. We are looking for progress.
Progress is better than perfection. Ask yourself, what are my strengths? What did I gain this week? Okay, yes, and also getting a mentor, very, very important. I feel like all this would really help someone yes, in this aspect.
Okay. Oh, wow. I I want to say a very big thank you to the both of you for coming on the show today. Before we wrap off this section, one advice for parents. Jessica, I will go with you. What would you tell a parent who just have a teenager that just left secondary school that is at home? Because some will want to bombard the person with house chores, like since you're at home, everything now is on your head. Okay, so what advice would you give to parents?
Parents should calm down with pressure.
They should calm down.
Calm down with pressure. Like calm down. The pressure is too much. They feel after secondary school you'll be exposed to life. But calm down with the pressure. The more you pressure the child, the more the child wants to know what is outside.
Yes.
But that's what they don't know.
I love this.
So they should calm down with pressure. And another thing is comparing your child. Comparison. I hate. Thank you very much.
Say it.
I hate
Somebody have to say it.
comparison. I hate it.
It's not even good.
It's not good. My dad was a victim. I was a victim. He'll be like, see, Ada is this, Ada is that. Jessica, what are you? Ada is this. I'm like, Daddy, me and Ada, we are not the same people. We are different people. Like, exactly, it kills self-esteem. You'll be like, you're doing this thing very good. But the next time your dad will be like, or your parents will be like, what are you doing? Can't you see what your mates are doing outside? Your mates are hawking pure water. Daddy, I'm not hawking pure water. I'm not my mates. There are some of my mates that are doing worse than me.
Yes.
I'm still better.
And there are people you're doing better than.
Exactly. So they should calm down with the pressure. And they should not feel that all the house chores is on our head. We have other siblings that they can share the house chores. But because you are at home, they'll be like, you're doing everything from beginning to end. There's nothing you're doing at home. You're
enough time.
My dad would say a lazy man is the devil workshop. I mean something like that. It's not always like that. It's not always. And phone.
I see that as a distraction.
Yes, phone is not a distraction. There are many things I've learned from my phone.
Yes.
I feel that most times when you say go and drop your phone, because most times you just collect my phone.
But the truth is that in recent time, phone has become one of the greatest addiction of teenagers. So I don't blame parents for telling you to drop your phones.
I won't lie.
But they should know that it's not only bad things that come from using a phone. There are also good things.
So
there are more good things than bad.
Okay, more good things than. So
Yes.
But I think parents should also look at screen time management, even the teenagers also, because if you manage your screen time very well, I don't think that conflict between you and parents will be there. So I think we'll come back on this show, both of you, to talk about the usefulness of phone and gadgets for teenagers.
No
what
problem.
parents should know about it. So
Okay.
they don't just say drop your phone. Say there are good things that you do with your phones. Okay, so we are going to wrap up today's episode. It's been an interesting one, and I want to say thank you, Jessica and Precious, for coming on the TSK show. I believe that the teenagers at home, they have learned a lot. So one thing is clear: life after secondary school is full of freedom, challenges, and opportunities as well. So teens, stay responsible, discover your strengths, and pursue your purpose with focus. Growth doesn't stop because you left secondary school, but this is your season to try. So I want to say, remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered to try. So until next time on the TSK shows, keep learning, keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Remember, my name is Ifeoma the Prof. Wato. I'm your host on the TSK show, and it's a wrap for today. Thank you for joining us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FG seeks stronger planning framework to drive inclusive economic growth. Oyo State government intensifies surveillance after confirmed Lassa fever case. U.S. Senate rejects Fourth War Powers resolution on Iran. And Israel deepens ties with Somaliland amid global concern. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government says Nigeria's development must be anchored on constitutional planning, strong institutional coordination, and sustained reforms to achieve inclusive economic growth. Speaking at the National Policy Dialogue in Abuja, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, said national planning remains a constitutional responsibility of all levels of government. He commended the collaboration between the Executive and the National Assembly in advancing reforms under President Bola Tinubu, noting that key policies such as fuel subsidy removal and exchange rate unification have strengthened public finances and boosted revenue allocation to states and local governments. Bagudu added that the proposed 2026 to 2030 National Development Plan will adopt a bottom-up approach covering all 8,809 wards across the country to ensure inclusiveness and better alignment between planning and budgeting, with a goal of building a $1 trillion economy by 2030.
Development planning is necessary, it's an absolutely necessary, but what Mr. President has invited us to do, like I said, without blame game, is to say, why did we get it wrong? What have we missed? What are we not doing right? So that in this plan, we can fix those things and ensure that we are not just producing a plan, 2026 plan that is like others. We are doing something that reflects our experience and learning curve and ensuring that we fix those elements, particularly given the challenge by Mr. President that let's, by 2020, target a $1 trillion. We may be too ambitious, like maybe you will hear more brilliantly from the Minister of State. But a target can mobilize everyone and can even expose to you hitherto unknown potentials that you have ignored. Secondly, Mr. President, I've challenged us that in this plan, let's ensure that it's all inclusive, to the extent that we can eliminate poverty by the year 20.
Lawmakers reaffirmed their support for the initiative. Chairman of the House Committee on National Planning and Economic Development, Boyega Ishaka, alongside Chairman of the Senate Committee on National Planning and Economic Affairs, Musa Mustafa, said the National Assembly is working closely with the Executive to bridge gaps between development plans and budget implementation. They stressed that the dialogue is aimed at aligning national development strategies with a budgeting system to ensure efficiency and deliver sustainable growth under the Renewed Hope agenda.
Planning, both the House and the Senate, we are planning to continue to work together very well with the ministry, so that the national planning process, we want to make sure that our planning and our budgeting will continue to work hand in hand, so that exactly where we want to reach. Following the fact that the 2026-2030 plan is due, taking itself from the perspective plan, the 30-year perspective plan. We know that a lot of work will need to be going into this. I want to be practical in putting that together. We're also aware of the $1 trillion objective economy that the federal government is pursuing, the executive is pursuing. We have had sessions with various MPAs, and we are aware of some of the questions that have been raised about the envelope system of budgeting. The various reforms that we have going on in the nation, fiscal regime, monetary regime, and all of that, we are aware of also the type of questions that have been raised about that.
This dialogue is not just another talk show. It is a strategic intervention designed to ensure that the National Development Plan is more than just a document on the shelf. It is driving force behind the federal budget. We want to ensure that every naira budgeted is directed towards productive, sustainable economic growth, closing infrastructural gaps, and fostering economic stability. The collaboration behind this dialogue shows a united front to address these challenges. Together with the expertise in this room, representative of the legislature, executives, experts, and stakeholders, we will develop a strong mechanism to enhance revenue mobilization and fiscal discipline, setting Nigeria on a firm path to sustainable economic prosperity.
The relationship between traditional institution and government continues to play a vital role in shaping leadership across Nigeria. In Enugu State, that synergy is once again on display as the State Traditional Rulers Council has thrown its weight behind Governor Peter Mbah ahead of the 2027 gubernatorial election. Correspondent Chinemeremi Kegmanam has more.
In a show of unity and consensus, members of the Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, led by its chairman, Samuel Ikechukwu Asado, has unanimously endorsed Governor Peter Mbah for a second term in office. The endorsement was formally declared at the House of Chiefs within the State House of Assembly complex, where the monarchs, dressed in uniform regalia, spoke with one voice in support of the governor's administration, according to the chairman of the council, Samuel Asado. The decision was driven by what he described as the governor's impactful leadership and commitment to the development across the state. He noted that the administration's strides in infrastructure, governance, and service delivery have earned the confidence of traditional institutions.
We want to make sure that nobody, that's why I call them, there's no king in any city that is going in opposition. And I want to hear the information. If any king in your domain is going in opposition, let me know first.
Responding on behalf of the governor, the secretary to the state government, Chinebere Onya, expressed appreciation for the endorsement, describing it as a reflection of the administration's people-centered policy. He emphasized that the growing support at the grassroots is evident that the citizens are already feeling the positive impact of government initiatives.
The governor and his team do not claim Naima, but one thing that the governor does is to listen. One thing the governor has done is to surround himself with the right type of people that will also listen and work for all of us.
The Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters and Rural Development, Charles Ugumwe, attributed the endorsement to what he called the governor's expanded administrative capacity, which he said has translated into tangible results across sectors.
So all these pronouncements and the promises of the governor, I don't have any doubt whatsoever has the capacity to implement this. It's just a question of time. So we are glad, and I believe they are glad.
The endorsement by the traditional rulers added to a growing list of support groups rallying behind Governor Peter Mbah as political alignments continue ahead of the 2027 gubernatorial election. In Enugu, Chinemeremi Kegmanam, Signature TV News.
The ENUGU state government and the French government have flagged off a water infrastructure project aimed at boosting supply across the state capital. The ceremony was jointly performed by Governor Peter Amba and the French ambassador to Nigeria, Marc Fambosia. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegunam reports that the initiative also signals renewed cooperation between Nigeria and France in key sectors.
It was a significant step towards addressing water supply challenges in ENUGU as Governor Peter Amba and the French ambassador to Nigeria, Marc Fambosia, flagged off the construction of a 14.5-kilometer high-capacity water transmission pipeline. The project, which runs from Nsude to the terminal reservoir at Milken Hill, is designed to strengthen water distribution and ensure reliable supply to homes, businesses, and institutions across the metropolis. Speaking at the groundbreaking, the Secretary to the State Government, Chidebere Onya, who represented Governor Peter Amba, described the initiative as a major milestone in the administration's commitment to delivering sustainable water supply to Enugu's residents. He noted that the project supported by the French Development Agency under the Third National Urban Water Sector Reforms Program would significantly improve public health, stimulate economic growth, and enhance the quality of life.
Represents a bold step in delivering on our promise to provide reliable and sustainable water supply to our people.
Earlier, Governor Peter Amba reiterated his administration's resolve to ensure water reaches every part of the state capital, explaining that while water production has increased dramatically, efforts are now focused on strengthening distribution infrastructure.
We know that what they want to hear is that we've solved the problem. So it's not for us to tell them why this problem is difficult to do. We just want to get this solved.
The French ambassador Marc Fambosia disclosed that the government of France has made investment totaling over $340 million in Nigeria's water sector in the past decades. He described the project as a symbol of strong Franco-Nigerian cooperation, combining technical expertise, infrastructure development, and capacity building.
The construction of 130 kilometers of distribution network and 40,000 household connections will bring huge benefits to communities across the city.
The Commissioner for Water Resources, Ben Collins Ndu Jr., and the Managing Director of the ENUGU Water Corporation, Michael Machuku, expressed appreciation to the French government for its continued support.
This project, supported by the French Development Agency under the Third National Urban Water Sector Reform Program, is a clear demonstration of what strong partnerships and visionary leaderships can achieve.
This event is not just about the commencement of a construction project. It represents a bold and strategic step towards securing a sustainable, reliable, and efficient water supply system.
The contractor, Hilary Abaratu, assured that the project will be delivered on schedule, and in line with global standards.
We want to announce to you that we have already done almost 60% of the work.
As work begins on the 14.5-kilometer pipeline, expectations are high that the project will mark a turning point in the delivery of potable water across Enugu metropolis. In Enugu, Chinemere Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The Oyo State government has confirmed the case of Lassa fever at the University College Hospital in Ibadan and says emergency response measures have been activated to contain the disease. The case involved a 44-year-old woman who died on April 11, with laboratory confirmation of Lassa fever received 2 days later. The Commissioner for Health, Oluwaseyin Ajetumobi, said the state swiftly activated its emergency response system, including the establishment of an incident management system to coordinate containment efforts. She noted that health authorities have begun identifying and monitoring all contacts of the disease, while also ensuring safe burial procedures. Lassa fever is a viral disease transmitted mainly through contact with food or household items contaminated by infected rodents, but it can also spread through bodily fluids, particularly in healthcare settings. Residents have been advised to seek immediate medical attention if they experience symptoms such as persistent fever, weakness, vomiting, unexplained bleeding, or difficulty breathing, as early treatments improve survival chances. The government also urged strict hygiene practices, including proper food storage, waste disposal, and measures to prevent rodent infestation in homes. Health officials say surveillance has been intensified across the state, with all facilities placed on alert, while reassuring residents that there is no cause for panic. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has approved full educational scholarships for the children of a late Nigerian Army officer who died in active service. Beneficiaries are the 3 children of Brigadier General Hussein Ibrahima, who was killed during military operations in Borno State. The state government says the scholarship will cover the education from current levels through university. Governor Okpebholo described the gesture as a moral obligation, noting that the late officer paid the ultimate price in service to the nation and deserved to have his family supported. He added that the initiative reflects the state's commitment to honoring fallen heroes and ensuring their families are not left behind. The governor also said the scholarship aligns with its administration's SHINE agenda, which prioritizes education, social welfare, and inclusive governance. Brigadier General Ibrahima was among soldiers killed in coordinated attacks by insurgents along the Maiduguri-Damaturu Highway. He was later buried with full military honors in Maiduguri. His death drew tributes from top government officials, including the President, Bola Tinubu, who praised his service and dedication to national security. Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris has ordered the immediate formation of a multi-stakeholder committee to address persistent power outages in the state. The directive was issued during a town hall meeting in Birnin Kebbi, where residents, labor leaders, and business owners raised concerns of a worsening electricity supply. Governor Idris said the situation is unacceptable and harmful to economic development, stressing that the state will no longer tolerate poor service delivery from the Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company. It is disclosed that the committee would include representatives from government, labor unions, civil society groups, traditional institutions, and the Electricity Distribution Company, with a mandate to find lasting solutions. The governor also revealed that the state has suspended its monthly 150 million naira support to KETCO due to unsatisfactory performance, noting that further support would depend on measurable improvements. In response, KETCO Managing Director Umaru Ashido blamed the outages on systemic challenges, including limited power allocation, financial constraints, and infrastructure issues. He added that the company receives only a small fraction of the nation's electricity supply, which is insufficient to meet demand across its coverage areas. Stakeholders at the meeting also cited issues such as estimated billing, energy theft, and vandalism as contributing factors. The state government says it is also exploring alternative energy sources to reduce reliance on the national grid. The International Monetary Fund has advised Nigeria and other countries facing economic pressure to seek financial support early, warning that delays could worsen their economic situations. Speaking at the ongoing IMF and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C., the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, said timely intervention is critical to protecting economies from deeper shocks. She urged countries to adopt cost-saving measures, including reducing energy consumption and introducing policies such as remote work and subsidized transportation, similar to strategies used during the COVID-19 pandemic. Georgieva noted that sub-Saharan African countries among the most affected by the ongoing Middle East crisis, adding that the IMF is working to identify nations that may require urgent support. While African finance ministers and central bank governors have so far sought policy guidance rather than direct financial assistance, she stressed that countries should not hesitate to act quickly when funding becomes necessary. The IMF chief also warned of broader global economic risks, saying the ongoing conflict has already disrupted supply chains, increased prices, and slowed growth worldwide. Global growth is projected to drop significantly, with a worst-case scenario seeing it fall as low as 2%. She added that energy-importing countries, particularly low-income and fragile economies, remain the most vulnerable to the ongoing shocks. Georgieva emphasized the need for strong fiscal discipline and economic buffers, urging governments to build resilience during stable periods to better withstand future crises. U.S. Senate rejects fourth war powers resolution on Iran. Israel deepens ties with Somaliland amid global concern. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
United States Senate has, for the fourth time, rejected a resolution aimed at limiting President Donald Trump's authority to wage war against Iran. The measure failed largely along party lines, with a vote of 47 to 52, as lawmakers pushing the proposal say they will continue to reintroduce it weekly. The vote comes days after the United States and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, although talks held in Islamabad failed to secure a lasting agreement. Prior to the pause in hostilities, President Trump had repeatedly threatened military strikes on Iranian civilian infrastructure, raising alarm among lawmakers. Supporters of the resolution argue that the president exceeded constitutional authority by engaging in the conflict without congressional approval. Under the U.S. Constitution, only Congress has the power to declare war, except in cases of immediate self-defense. Speaking ahead of the vote, Senator Chris Murphy described the conflict as mismanaged and criticized what he called a lack of transparency and oversight by Congress. However, Republican Senator Jim Risch defended the president's actions, insisting that Trump had both the authority and obligation to protect the United States. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives is expected to consider a similar resolution, though any measure passed by Congress could ultimately be vetoed by the president. Israel has appointed its first ambassador to Somaliland, marking a significant step in strengthening ties with the breakaway region following its recognition late last year. The appointment of Michael Lotem, a former Israeli ambassador to Kenya, comes months after Israel became the first country to officially recognize Somaliland, ending more than 3 decades of diplomatic isolation for the territory. Somaliland's president, Abdirahman Mohamed Abdullahi, has welcomed the growing partnership, describing Israel as a reliable ally, a remark that drew applause from lawmakers during a parliamentary address. However, Somalia's government has strongly condemned the move, calling it a direct violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Somaliland declared independence from Somalia in 1991, but Mogadishu has never recognized the move. The development has also attracted criticism from international bodies, including the United Nations Security Council, the African Union, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the European Union. At least 14 people, including a child, have been killed in a fresh wave of Russian missile and drone attacks across Ukraine, according to local authorities. The strikes come amid ongoing hostilities following the collapse of a brief Easter truce. Ukrainian officials say the southern port city of Odessa was among the hardest hit, where missile and drone strikes killed 7 people. In the capital, Kyiv, at least 4 people, including a 12-year-old child, lost their lives, while dozens more were injured. Authorities also confirmed 3 additional deaths in the central city of Dnipro, as emergency services responded to multiple sites across the country. Kyiv's mayor urged residents to remain in shelters as air raid sirens continued into the early hours. The latest escalation follows the end of a 32-hour Orthodox Easter ceasefire, which both Russia and Ukraine accused each other of violating. Meanwhile, in Russia's Krasnodar region, officials say a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea port city of Tuapse killed 2 children and caused a large fire in a residential area. Both sides have continued near daily exchanges of drone and missile strikes, underscoring the ongoing intensity of the conflict, now in its 4th year. El Salvador has published a controversial new law allowing minors as young as 12 to receive life sentences for serious crimes, including murder, terrorism, and rape. The measure is set to take place on April 26th as part of the government's intensified crackdown on gang violence. The law follows a constitutional amendment approved in March and backed by President Nayib Bukele, whose party holds a dominant majority in the country's legislative assembly. Officials say the move is aimed at deterring violent crime, particularly offenses linked to powerful gangs. Since March 2022, El Salvador has been under a prolonged state of emergency, granting expanded powers to police and the military. During this period, more than 90,000 people have been detained, with some held without formal charges and others tried in large group proceedings. However, the new policy has drawn sharp criticism from international organizations and human rights groups. The United Nations Children's Fund has expressed deep concern, warning that life imprisonment for children could have severe long-term effects and undermine global standards that prioritize rehabilitation over punishment. And that's it on the foreign news.
Christopher Lele is standing by for sports.
The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, has disbursed the Super Eagles' share of the prize money earned at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, in Morocco. Nigeria secured a 3rd place finish at the tournament, defeating Egypt on penalties, and in line with a prior agreement, the NFF allocated 30% of the team's prize earnings to the players. The Super Eagles received $2.5 million, equivalent to 3.36 billion naira, for reaching the semi-finals, with the eventual champions awarded a record of $10 million. From this allocation, each player in the squad reportedly earned $15,000, equivalent to 20 million naira, as their individual share. A senior official confirmed the payment, stating that the team had received the agreed payment without delay. The disbursement follows Nigeria's strong showing at the tournament, despite missing out on qualification for the FIFA World Cup. Attention now shifts to upcoming international engagement, with the Super Eagles set to reconvene in late May 2026 to defend the Unity Cup title in London. They are scheduled to face Jamaica, Zimbabwe and India in the competition. Ademola Lookman has climbed to 3rd place on Nigeria's all-time UEFA Champions League UCL scorers list after netting his 8th goal in the competition during UEFA Champions League action on Tuesday. The goal marked another milestone for the Nigerian forward, taking his Champions League tally to 8 and moving him ahead of several notable compatriots in the competition's scoring charts. With the latest strike, Lookman now sits behind only Victor Osimhen and Obafemi Martins among Nigeria's top scorers in the tournament. In cricket, Scotland started the T20 series against Namibia in convincing fashion as they chased down 160 with 7 balls to spare in Windhoek. Having won the toss and opted to bat, the hosts slumped to 94-6 as Sima Jasper Davidson and left-armed spinner Mark Watt both took 2 wickets while bowling economically. However, Namibia hauled themselves the competitive total of 159-7 thanks to 54 from captain Gerhard Erasmus and a powerful late cameo from Jan Bolt, who hit an unbeaten 19. In swimming, 3-time Olympic champion Adam Peaty continued his fine form by swimming the 50-meter breaststroke at the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships in London. The 31-year-old pulled away from his rivals in the second 25 minutes to seal victory in 26 minutes 64 seconds and add to his success in the 100-meter breaststroke on Tuesday. Teenager Philip Nowaki finished second in 27 minutes 10 seconds, with Aki Goodburn and Max Morgan joined third at 27 minutes 22 seconds. In finishing in the top 2, PT and 18-year-old Nowaki secured a place on the Great Britain team at the European Aquatic Champions in Paris in August. In tennis, Jamie Murray has announced his retirement from tennis aged 40 after a career in which he won 7 Grand Slam titles and became the first British doubles player to reach world number 1. Alongside pictures of a young Murray, a photo with his brother Andy and one of his longtime doubles partner Bruno Suarez, the 40-year-old wrote on an Instagram post that he's excited to enter the real world. He said his tennis journey comes to an end after 36. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Let's turn our attention now to entertainment news.
Veteran Nollywood actress Victoria Nyama has opened up about what she considered one of the most defining experiences of her life. During an Instagram live session with Daddy Freeze, she spoke about female genital mutilation, also known as circumcision, while acknowledging the trauma she endured after undergoing the procedure at the age of 5. She said it has been a lasting impact on her life. Inyama explained that although FGM is harmful and comes with serious consequences, she believes it has helped her maintain control over her sexual urges. She added that growing up with her grandmother in the village influenced the decision for her to be circumcised, and she now sees it as something that shaped her personal discipline and lifestyle. Rapper Tochukwu Ojogu, popularly known as Odumodu Black, has alleged that age misrepresentation is common in the Nigerian music industry. Speaking during a recent live stream with streamer Enzo, the rapper claimed that many artists adjust their ages downward to make themselves more appealing to record labels and brands that target specific age groups. He explained that some investors in the industry are often reluctant to support older artists, which pushes many musicians to present themselves as younger. Odumodu Black also noted that at 32, he is not concerned about meeting such expectations and prefers to focus on his career without altering his age. Nigerian comedian Oke Bakassi has announced a 5 million naira reward for information that could lead to the recovery of stolen phones and the arrest of a suspected thief who infiltrated a private football gathering in Ikoyi, Lagos. In a video shared on Instagram on Thursday, Bakassi recounted that the incident occurred during their regular weekly football session on Wednesday evening. He explained that an unfamiliar individual was allowed to join the game out of goodwill, but later pretended to be injured and exited the pitch. According to Bakassi, while the players were focused on the match, the suspect allegedly took advantage of the moment to steal several phones belonging to participants before disappearing. He noted that the devices belonged to businessmen who rely heavily on them for their daily activities, raising concerns that the suspects might try to sell them at low prices. The comedian stated that the matter has already been reported to police, with efforts underway to track down the suspect, although specific operational details remain undisclosed. He also issued a 24-hour ultimatum to the individual who returned the stolen items. To support recovery efforts, Bakassi announced a cash reward for anyone who can provide useful information. He further advised members of the public, particularly buyers of second-hand phones, to exercise caution by verifying the identity of sellers to avoid purchasing stolen devices. The incident has since generated reactions online, with many expressing concern about security vulnerabilities, even in what are considered controlled recreational environments. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethmokunta, Signature TV News.
News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome again to news on Signature Television. Signature TV is coming live to you from on channel 265 of SLTV, and of course on all social media handles you can think about. Unless the one is new, Signature TV is on all social media handles. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I don't know whether it's by what they call it, by election or by selection, or do we say by intimidation, I've been made to be your chief anchor person on news. Well, take me the way I am, according to the hymn book of the Protestants. They say, take me the way I am. And pardon me if I am in your sitting rooms, you find me unwelcome, and please just bear with me. It will last just a brief second. Allow me to think and talk. I'm sure you're also thinking and talking, because a lot of things that are happening in this country, in the world at large, affects all of us. So once in a while, we pull out, sit down one place to think and talk about a few of them, just like I'm going to do from here. Welcome once again. I'm not going to just waste your time and just quickly think and talk about a few things. The irony is that some people talk and think, but here we think before we talk. And that's what we think should be the normal thing. But in democracy, anything goes, we find people who talk before they think, and they think it's the right way. Let the popular opinion win the vote. Okay? So today on news, we are going to look at the news. We had that INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, has planned to clean up voter register before 2027 election. I mean, somebody was thinking, so what is new? Why are we thinking and talking about it? It's just that when you say one thing, it reminds of another. Okay, INEC, usually, is statutory. You have to clean up the voter registration books and your records. Between 2023 and 2027 election, a lot of things have happened. Some people died. Some people got too old that they can't even go out. Some people are displaced and they're in the IDP camp. Some people are in prison housing, correction centers. Pardon me, is what we call it in Nigeria now. It's correction centers. Some people have jackpot. They traveled because they don't find anything interesting again about Nigeria. Or maybe they say they're going for better, greener pastures. Yes. Some people have been kidnapped and killed even after ransom paid. Some people were abducted and they're still in the abductors' den, and bandits and terrorists and religious extremist camps. They are held there. Their ransom is being negotiated. We're praying even when their ransom are paid, they will come out alive, because some have paid ransom and didn't come back. Some people have been beheaded. Some people have been lied down on their ground, their ancestral homes, and shot at point blanks, and that's it. While voter registration exercise being prepared to be cleaned up, nobody factored in those people who have died and their names are not going to appear in the voter register. And INEC is doing this for politicians in Nigeria who want in 2027 to contest, either to be returned in the different positions that either at the state houses of assembly, even in the councillors of local government, chairmen of local government, governors. Some people are going for federal houses, and some people are going for Senate, the Red Chamber. Some people are even contesting to go for President of the Republic of Nigeria. Are they factoring, when INEC clean up his records, where are those who their names are not appearing in the records again? What happened to them? Have we asked ourselves? But that's life. And the INEC will be busy cleaning up. If your name is not there, that's by the way, nobody remembers you. And something that reminds me about all those, if you are thinking from Borno, the number of people killed on daily basis, you come down to Zamfara, you go down to Benue, go to Kwara recently, go to Niger State, I keep calling Niger Report, whatever, but Niger State in Nigeria, Benue, Plateau, and all those states of Nigeria where killings are being done. Is the INEC thinking about how to stop so that they won't find more jobs? Because if more people's names are not appearing on your voter registration, you have more job to do. I'm just thinking and talking. The next thing to think and talk about is INEC is busy going to clean up voters register. Has INEC cleaned up the electoral process of Nigeria? And somebody will say it's not INEC's problem. But I wouldn't INEC be concerned that if they finish the election in polling booth and they transmit results so that they will begin to gather whatever they can and go home safely. Because once they have the result with them, they are prone to risk. You remember those days where INEC officials will pursue thugs and armed men will pursue them. They were dragging voters' the election box or voting boxes, and they were dragging. Some of them were scattered, and the votes wasted and burnt. Even some of the polling booths are burned down, destroyed, and election officials will run for their safety. Has INEC planned about cleaning such things? Because, like my people say, if it's good for the baba, it will be good for the head. If it's good for the head, it will be good for the baba and the clipper as well. So we need to create an environment. What have INEC bothered to clean up? Because they're also Nigerians. Nobody working in INEC is a mercenary or brought from an expatriate. We're all Nigerians. Even when the argument is that 80% of INEC officials you find in the voting pools or during voting election days are not INEC officials. They are ad hoc. But they are still ad hoc staff of INEC. So INEC, as you are preparing to clean up your voters before 2027 election, clean up the electoral process, clean up the electoral environment, because it's not going to happen in isolation. You're going to conduct the election in Nigeria. Are you going to conduct the election in Borno State, where a lot of people have been killed, and those communities, are they out of Nigerian system, or is it? Are you going to conduct the election in Benue and all those places where people have been killed, in Zamfara, in Kwara, in Benue? Will election hold in Yawata? What happened to the electoral, the voters register of people of Yawata, and all the Kajuri people in Kaduna State, and all the recently, the name of that community in Kwara, where the worst happened recently and nobody's talking about it. And INEC has just come out. Why are we thinking and talking? Because one thing leads to another. Are we going to, the house will not collapse, and we're thinking about the roof standing. So INEC, yes, you hold what is very sensitive Nigeria, the democratic system. But democracy in Nigeria cannot survive when killings and abductions and rape and murder, mass murder is taking place, and want to play it out. I'm sure that the federal government of Nigeria spend money, almost what is a very near budget of INEC, to begin to clean up Nigerian image abroad, to say whether killings are happening, whether you call it genocide, mass killing, whether Christians or Muslims, whoever is being killed. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm discussing and thinking and talking here is INEC to clean up voter register before 2007. And that is usual. Go ahead, clean up. But do remember that, one thing will lead to another. When it is good for the head, it will be good for the clipper and even the barber. All of them work together. Like the Bible says, everything works together. And for those who works together, for those who love God, they also work together for those who hate God and those who hate Nigeria. So let's think about all of them together. Let us clean up the whole system so that everybody will work clean. And then the INEC will not come at last and stoop on the shit where some people have messed up the environment will sit down. As INEC is planning to clean up, some political parties have started electronic registration, asking for sensitive data of Nigerian populace. What are they going to do with it after this election? Where will those data be? Who will handle them? What of when the parties begin to split and they have splitters, and just like one of the parties are struggling who will occupy their national office in Abuja? If they have done e-registration, who will be in control of the data they will get? When you want people to register for a party in Nigeria, you ask for their VIN number, voter identification number, ask of their national identity number, ask of their bank identity number. What can't you ask for? You're asking for everything because you want them to see. Are we planning another rigging? This is a data theft. For whoever is handling it, what is constitutional about it? Is it not data theft? Because you are using one thing, you pull up everybody. What? I'm thinking and talking, and people will say, that's what I think, I don't know whether I'm right, but you are the judge. You are there. Think on your own and add up to what I'm thinking and talking. The next thing we are going to talk about today is about ENUGU court fines British government £450 million. Ego Eliza. For the killing of coal miners in 1949 in ENUGU, the coal city. ENUGU is known as the coal city. In 1949, can you quickly do the mathematics? And some people came from different villages and communities in South is centered in ENUGU, where the business of coal mine is the hottest. Then it was NNPC. It was, the mining sector of Nigeria. It should be what it was then. No. So now they were killed by the colonial masters who felt that they should die for disobeying them. So you find out that impunity did not start today. in Nigeria, when protesters say, we do not like the condition, and then the colonial masters gave order and said, you can deal with them, you know, handle them. So the colonial masters, and we remember the British colonized Nigeria, and the number of gold miners in ENUGU killed in 1949 remain on record and still haunting the British government. When we remember our colonial masters, somebody whose grandparents died during the protest in ENUGU of coal miners, what were they asking for? Improve on our welfare. If we entered underground under ENUGU hot climate to go and mine out the coal, which was the black gold then, and then because we disagree on welfare, what will be our own, they were killed. And now, salute the courage of ENUGU Corps, all the people who have processed that thing to sue the colonial master that have to pay the families of the people they killed 450 million British pounds. That is huge. And when I say huge, what did I say? What can British government pay those families to make up for the families, for the life of those lost? But there's one thing that is very clear about this. When you think and talk about it, it means that Okulu Chezo, Onyo Gwayanecheta, some people will say, what is this man talking about? When you talk, you can forget, but the person you told will remember. Those who killed the miners in ENUGU in 1949 may have died and gone there. Even their grandparents would have been in a position and they still be there, even in US and in UK, big positions occupying. That's if. But then, how many years after, the people of ENUGU, whose people were killed in that crash, I say, you have to pay us 450 million, not even because they said they went to court to sue, and the court of competent jurisdiction in ENUGU has slammed British government, despite the fact that they are a colonial master. I said, whether in Igbo land and Katanisi if you say the traditional ruler is a booger man, he's doing head like this, nobody talk to me. Once in a while, you carry a basket and cover your face and tell him, what you did is wrong. So the British government or the people who represented you or your ally who came to Southeast Nigeria, colonized Nigeria, killed our grandparents or great-great-grandparents during 1949 coal mine massacre in ENUGU. We are asking for compensation, and the court has slammed it and made it legitimate. So we are waiting for that thing to be paid. And somebody said, he said, hey, some of you will do it. Can they pay or not pay? British government have assets in Nigeria worth more than 450 million US pounds. That's my reminder. Evarist just told us that one on air. He said whether they pay or they have, because what you have in Nigeria is more than 450 million pounds. So you decide which one is. So let Nigerian people in high authorities, all the wickedness we are perpetuating out of impunity in Nigeria can come back to haunt Nigeria in many years to come. I've talked about it in different platforms. When we keep killing people, some of their children, offsprings will remain, and someday history will be told about how your great-great-grandchildren died. It's even the Igbos that taught us as black people how to trace our ancestry. If you start tracing your ancestry, you come to a point where it halts. You say, how did this man die? He was killed by bandits. He was abducted by terrorists. He was killed by Nigerian government. He was killed by British government, the American government. He was deported by Trump. And then it turned out to be in government and the Americans in Nigeria. Then Nigeria may be doing well then. He said, I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. British government or American government deported my parents. I'm going to deport all the Americans in Nigeria. Let's look at it. It's a circle of life. So turn by turn. And when it's your turn, you have your own pound of flesh. But can we exist? How long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? That is what the Bible asks, and I'm expecting the British government who killed the coal miners in ENUGU to answer. Do we remain in the circle of killing people when they protest? Even in Nigeria, some protesters have been bombed with the tear gas, and some of them died and lost their life, even when their houses were destroyed in Owerri Shoki and Mankoko in Lagos. And some workers in Abuja went to protest, and they were threatened to go to court to be jailed, and set the army and the police against them. It happened even when the traders said we will not trade in Onitsha market. The governor said you must trade by force, close the market, and they started protesting, and some people even lost their life and their properties. Then will they forget? What will make them forget? For how soon will they forget? Will it come back to haunt us in the future? The impunity we displace without minding people. It takes two to tango. It takes the electorate and the people they elected to be in a democracy. That's all I can think and talk on that topic. The next thing is shoot at sight. Bayo Onanuga, the presidential aide, ordered that anybody found vandalizing government property, it was in particular those real expensive heavy rail metals they used to construct Nigerian road. He said, catch anybody, shoot at sight. The question has been, beautiful order, wonderful thing. After all, you can always, when you have that smelly thing they call, human beings drop. If you're smelling too much, you only carry sand to cover it. You will stop smelling. That's a good one from Onanuga. The questions are coming. The order has been given. Now, the question that we are thinking and talking, why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders for any bandit or terror caught to be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that any Nigerian politician found as corrupt with a lot of money in possession should be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that those who are doing us, that so many things, atrocities being committed in Nigeria, that we should have shoot at sight, and then we begin to solve this problem. And that's it. But the question is, does Bayo Onanuga have the right, legal, constitutional, by position or otherwise, to issue such orders? Is he also part of impunity, using impunity to kill impunity? I don't know whether he used impunity to cure impunity. And that is one of the questions we should answer. And as we ask and think and talk, we want an answer. Bayo Onanuga is the presidential spokesman. Did the president give such orders for Bayo Onanuga as a spokesperson to issue the order? And when we hear Bayo Onanuga saying this, and he didn't say that the presidency has ordered me as director, those letters civil servants around. If you read letters of civil servants, you will know that Nigerian civil servants know how to speak Oyibo. I've been directed to tell you, to inform you that, I've been directed. So the person will remove out the risk of taking responsibility to those who directed him. Now, that is why the question is not about the morality of the order. It's about the constitutionality and all things associated with the order, because it will come to a point where SSAs, PAs will begin to issue orders like this, and then when we have such orders, few Nigeria now have a double wahala for dead body. If I offend anyone, he will only come out and say, I shall shoot at sight. If you see Chris Maduka doing news on Signature Television, shoot at sight. And then we begin to manage shoot at sight orders with orders coming from whoever is coming from. It become another thing, another menace to manage in Nigeria. That's all that we are asking. And when we say this program, we say we only here to think and talk, to muse about issues. Because it's not everything that looks right, that looks noble and constitutional. We have to follow things, because even in madness, there is order. You don't get mad without following order of madness. Madness have an order. If you doubt, ask those who have been mad before. According to Idi Amin, he said, I am the world's strongest general. If you doubt, ask those who have had opportunity of boxing me. If you also doubt, ask my wives. If you're still in doubt, ask my girlfriends. And the world's strongest general, Idi Amin, of those days, I like quoting him, because I've not seen difference between Idi Amin and the existing leaders in Africa. So he could as me be my model of quoting a reference, to quoting what the Nigerian and African leader once said. You know, well, the next thing I will say about that is the FG has declared his intention to share electricity subsidy costs with state governors and state governments. That's a wonderful one. That one is a dicey one. Federal government say, hey, we don't carry electricity bill alone or subsidy. State government have to share with us. Let's wonder when they came to customize a NEC in states. Even the states where I'm talking from have a EC now, ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission. And that means if they share, they've customized the Electricity Commission and all the things that link with it. They now customize the subsidy bills with it. I mean, so they have to share the bills. But how will they share it? Will it be I don't know. They've not worked out the sharing. They only muted the idea that state government will now share the cost of subsidy, electricity subsidy with the federal government. What is the implication of that? That's what we are thinking about. What will it amount to? Now, the federal government is the person who decides to subsidize the electricity without consulting the state. Now, it has come to a point where they say they be your guard, they are running. Federal government, now you be your guard. Why are you bringing a responsibility of the federal government? And from the federal government, they transfer it to me and people like us. And now that's why our concern is wondering why we are thinking and talking about it. Because we know that when you touch the nose, you will touch the eye. Anything that touch the eye, you touch nose. Anything that touch nose, touch. And that's why we are worried. We are talking about it, musing about it. So tell us, that sharing of the cost, how will it affect us as ordinary Nigerians? Who will pay more, state or federal? Because like joke, federal government will shift everything, electricity, bam, it go land on the desk of the state governors. And because the state governors are already thinking about, some of them are thinking about second tenure. And defecting and all, strong political build-up of truth. They won't remember that it's a responsibility until after 2027. That's when we say one of them will come out and say, federal government gave us the burden. If it's a burden of federal government or state government now, talk now. So the federal government will begin to talk about it and know your position. Though. Don't be accepting what you cannot accept after 2027 now, because 2027 is starting. And whoever gave the idea is a wonderful political thinker, because it's coming at the point where state government might not debate it. And say, whatever you give us now, we take. Whatever you give us now. You know, I want this thing to be clearly spelled out. But you know, whether head or tail, is the masses that will pay whatever is left of the subsidy. How much is federal government subsidizing electricity? What is the amount in our budget? What is left will be cleared. How will it be shared? Is it 50-50? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20? Well, I don't know. Let's work it out. But whichever way, you know, when they shift anything that's shifting closer to the grassroots, very soon, whether the local government will share from paying the electricity bill. And that's all I can say about that. Well, I can't muse about everything. There are a few things I've remembered to muse about today. If there's anything you don't want us to muse about, go to the comment section on our social media handles to tell us why not muse about this, so that we think and talk about it with you. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your host today. I hope I have tried to scratch the surface of Nigerian wahala that filled everywhere. I'll come your way next time, but before then, go to our online social media, subscribe, comment, share, and tell us what things we have done right, what things we have not done right. Tell others what we have done right, what things we have not done right. Tell us so that we can correct ourselves, so that we won't be planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. On that note, I say keep watching all the programs coming to you from Signature Television, SLTV Channel 265, and all our social media handles. Stay tuned and God bless you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.